बच्चे बाहर आओ ना चलो सीधा चुंडा दे बाहर इनको ना जाइए ए बापू તમે કઈ જગ્યાએ કાકા છે બજારી મજબૂત મજબૂત બને કોણ આ ભૈયા હા એ પૂરા આને બોલ્યા
जो आई
नहीं कर यार मुझे करो तो ना करिएगा मैं गाय एक करे देखिए तो मैं सेट ना
પણ તમે ડાયર કેવા દે હમણાં
શું હોય કે ડાઉટ પાડે ભૈયા મેં વો વિચાર
ચિડિયા ચુકે ખેલ
એકદમ બંધ
આગળ પાછળ
બોલિए કે मैं ये सोच ना ये क्या
રજિસ્ટ્રેશન માં ક્યાં છે
કે નામ આવી શકે અહીંયા નહીં वो कहते थे
8 ચાલી એટલે એ પ્રમાણે એક માનનો લઈ લેજે
Hello, hello, mic is hello. Hello.
Bueno,
આજે પૂરું કરશે ને બીજું વાલે એટલા માટે બસ ખાલી નો ક્રેડિટ થઈ જાય એક જણની અહીંયા આગળ રાખી દઈએ કેમ કે હવે કોઈ ઓપ્શન નથી આ તો नॉर्मल अपना चौपड़ा वाला साइलेंट हो कॉलेज वालों नहीं करवाना बस बस हाँ हाँ भेज रहे आपको तो वेजिटेरियन બીજું કોઈ આવે છે બીજું કોઈ આવે બીજું કોઈ આવે ના ના કે
આપણે તો ત્યાં ફોટો પાડવાનો અડધામાં ટુ ટાઈમ્સ સુધી હોય છે વર્કિંગ ગુજરાતી અડધામાં કેમ કે પછી મારું પણ થઈ જાય છે વર્કિંગ એપ્લિકેશન આટલું જ એટલે અડધામાં ટુ ટાઈમ્સ સુધી બોલશે વર્કિંગથી હું ચાલુ થતી હા હા
नई लिंक भेजी मैम को नई लिंक भेजी हेलो 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 इसमें उधर आ रहा है ना और भाई कितना डील है ओके एक ऑप्शन है मेरे पास मेरे बर्ड्स है ना मैं करके रख देता हूँ माइक का आवाज़ ऑप्शन माइक का आवाज़ अच्छा आता है अपने वक्त में माइक ले
समझ गया काम टेस्टिंग करना पड़ेगा
क्या चल रहा है पर नहीं यार वो एक उधर रखना पड़ेगा ना माइक इसके बाद में आगे रखना पड़ेगा
2 ईयर तक कनेक्टिविटी स्ट्रॉन्ग होना एक ईयर बट दोनों ईयर बट हमें
ना ना एक उधर रखिए इधर रखिए तो मेरे में दोनों में 6 माइक है
यहाँ रखना पड़ेगा
डन नहीं है इसको छोड़ो चल मैं फोटो खींचना चालू करता हूँ
मैं लेके आता हूँ इसको ये फोटो खींच सकता हूँ
मैं बैठा हूँ जब आ गया तेरा
हेलो माइक माइक हेलो 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 माइक Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and a warm welcome on behalf of MG Science Institute in INS 2026. May I kindly request all the dignitaries to please occupy their seats on the dais. Thank you very much. Respected Professor Dr. Bhavi Talal, Vice Chief Pulmonary and Critical Care and Sleep Medicine, Viewmount Royal of USA. Respected Dr. Sriram Nelekar, Director, Ahmedabad Education Society. Respected Dr. Jatin H. Parikh, Officiating Principal, MG Science Institute. Respected Dr. S.H. Patel, Head, Department of Chemistry, MG Science Institute. Distinguished invited guests, respected professors, industry professionals, researchers, and dear students from various colleges, universities, organizations, and industries from India and abroad, I extend a very warm welcome to all of you. I heartily welcome you all in the International Seminar on Research and Innovations in Chemical Sciences organized by Department of Chemistry, MG Science Institute, supported by PM Usha Soft Component Grant. Research in chemical sciences enables material, healthcare, and environmental sustainability, and that is why this theme is chosen. It will definitely inculcate the inquiries in young minds leading to research, and that innovation can be made possible for sustainability. Let us begin the ceremony with a prayer, because any auspicious occasion is started with Almighty of God. So I request Beethoven and team for prayer.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Netanyahu, for making the environment for you. Now I request all the dignitaries for the lighting of the lamp.
Sorry, sir. Sorry. वो ऑक्यूपाइड रखा है हमने, वो आप दूसरी जगह बैठ जाओ.
आरोग्यं धनसम्पदं शत्रुबुद्धि विनाशाय दीपज्योति. On the day, National Youth Day, and which is celebrated as the birth anniversary of Swami Vivekananda. આપણે બધા જ હૃદયપૂર્વક એમને શ્રદ્ધાંજલિ આપીએ. I now invite Dr. Suman Patel, Head of Chemistry Department, MG Science Institute, for a welcome speech.
Good morning. Dignitaries on the dais and of the dais, on the occasion of International Seminar on Research and Innovations, Chemical Science for 2026, sponsored by PM USA, run by, on behalf of MG Science Institute, run by Ahmedabad Education Society and Chemistry Department, I welcome you all. I heartily welcome our esteemed guest, Professor Dr. Bhavin Patel sir, Royal of USA, Dr. Sriram Nellekar sir, Director AES, our young and dynamic principal, Dr. Janit Parikh sir, our organizing secretary, Dr. Reena Shah, and delegates. Our chemistry department offers UG, PG, and PhD programs. Objective of this seminar to bring awareness about innovative idea and chemical science to conquer present challenges of society and industry. Again, I heartily welcome you all on the platform where we have an opportunity to share knowledge and expertise among the chemistry community. Thank you.
Thank you, Suman bhai, for addressing the audience. Felicitation of our esteemed days is an integral part of our tradition. So let's begin with the felicitation of the guests. First of all, may I request Dr. Sriram Nellekar to felicitate our keynote speaker and today's guest, Dr. Bhavin Patel, by presenting a potted plant. Bhavin Dalal, by presenting a potted plant and a memento. Dr. Jatin Parikh to felicitate Dr. Sriram Nelekar, the patron of the event, with a potted plant, and he is also a director of Ahmedabad Education Society. Always a guiding force for all of us. Dr. Sumanbhai Patel will felicitate our respected principal, Dr. Jatinesh Parikh, the co-patron of the event. Thank you. Now I invite Dr. Jaiprakash Chauhan, officiating principal, Shiusa Science College, and now is on deputation at MG Science Institute, to felicitate Dr. Sumanbhai Patel, our convener of the seminar.
Now I would like to request Dr. D.I. Prajapati sir to felicitate Dr. Veena Shah, organizing secretary of this event. With due respect, now I request all the dignitaries to please inaugurate the extract book. And now this forum is open. Now I humbly invite Dr. Sriram Nelekar sir to address the gathering on this occasion.
Respected Dr. Bhavin Dalal, Dr. Jatin Parikh, Principal, MG Science Institute, Dr. Singh Patel, Dr. Veena Shah, Dr. Chauhan from Siu Shah College, Principal Siu Shah College, the faculty members from various institutions, universities, researchers, corporate speakers or industry participants, students. First of all, a very warm and happy morning to you all.
Good morning.
I am really finding myself as odd man out. For a simple reason, science is not my mainstream as far as my own education is concerned. I am a person from commerce and marketing. So obviously, I neither have any competency nor any knowledge, and so no authority to speak on the topic that is research and innovations in chemical sciences. So I will completely, put myself away from any technical discussion when so many stalwarts are sitting in the auditorium in front of me, and when the global achiever like Dr. Dalal is here to really enlighten us on a very, very important issue, which is what we were discussing. This is a common issue these days in South Asia, right? So I'm not definitely going to talk anything. So my role is very simple today, just conveying my best possible wishes to MG Science Institute and to Department of Chemistry for such a wonderful seminar, workshop organized today under PM Usha Khan. The college got autonomy, you all know, in 2024. And exactly 1.5 years later, under the dynamic leadership of Dr. Jatin Bhai Parikh, I am seeing many interesting things are happening at MG Sciences. The college has really captured a wonderful momentum. I can see a very, good amount of positivity across all the people. And one person can make such a substantial difference. So we must first of all give our loud applause to Dr. Jatin Parikh. This is the beginning. This seminar, international seminar, for 2 days, I am 100% sure will have wonderful brainstorming, presentation, and this, in my opinion, will form a very solid foundation for concrete and deep research in the field of chemical science. We all know and agree that just in 2 days, no substantial development can happen. No substantial advancement can happen. But these 2 days, in my opinion, should trigger the thought process for further research and innovations in your mainstream, that is chemical science. And I always prefer to take a very macro, perspective or outlook. This is not for the sake of some academic interest. We should come together and pursue and discuss and brainstorm and then, enjoy a cup of tea, coffee and food and then that's it. No, in my opinion, that shouldn't be the objective. Honestly speaking, our nation needs this research, our nation needs these innovations. Last week, me and 3 of your faculty members, we went in ISRO. And it was a fantabulous visit and experience, let me tell you. So on one hand, it was a matter of great pride to see what good things, what great things, not good, great things are happening in ISRO. On the other hand, it was a very sorry emotion in the mind that still our country is lagging way behind the global superpowers like the United States and China. And the thing which I am going to constantly pursue with all the colleges of the Ahmedabad Education Society, with all the departments of these colleges and students of all these departments in the year 2026 is very simple. I spoke about this theme just last week in HL College of Commerce when many of our faculty members were present. Each one of us has to contribute one thing to our college. It may be at our individual student level, it may be at the departmental level, it may be at the college level. Each one of us has to contribute only one small change, positive change, only one small area of responsibility to be handled, and you will see, we all will see, the cumulative outcome by the end of 2026 is going to be really mammoth. It's going to be really, really huge achievement, which all of us will see, on our report cards. So that is the theme, and I'm very happy and congratulate again MG Science and Department of Chemistry that they have taken this first step in that small one activity which can, be carried further, which can be taken further and bring massive results over a period of time. I again express my best wishes to the entire team and sincere thanks to Dr. Bhavin Dalal for sparing his valuable time, coming all the way from the United States and taking his time out to share his valuable experiences to all of our faculty members and students. We look forward for wonderful enlightenment from you, sir, and I'm sure it will happen. Best wishes. Thank you.
Sir, let me just inform you that BBD is already initiated. About 31 students of MSc Sem 4 participated in poster presentation. Thank you very much, sir, for inspirational speech, and you are always a motivator for us, a big guiding force for all of us. Now I invite Dr. J.H. Parikh, our respected principal, to deliver the introductory address.
Good morning. Good morning. Have you done the breakfast?
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
So great to see you all. Warm and heartiest welcome on this seminar, Research and Innovations in Chemical Science, on behalf of MG Science. Our guest and eminent doctor, Dr. Bhavin Dalal, Royal University. He is a master in sleep apnea. Our dynamic leader, Dr. Nerlekar sir, Director of Ahmedabad Education Society. Thank you, sir, for the encouragement. And it is not a one-man show. The whole MD Science with me. So they are doing the work for MD Science. All respected principals and staff members from the other colleges, our head of the Department of MG Science Institute, our staff members, researchers, and heart of the conference, that is my dear students. MG Science is a well-established center of excellence in science education, known for its strong academic tradition and commitment to quality learning. This excellence is well reflected in the institute, achieving an A grade by NET 3 consecutive cycles. And one thing I want to share with you, this is in the history of MG Science. We are going to organize 29 seminar before 31st March 2026 under the Pradhan Mantri Uchchatar Shiksha Abhiyan PM-USHA grant. Second thing I want to share with you, our grant is sanctioned, but fund is not released. So I have talked to the director, sir. So the date is very near, and the fund is not with us. सर ने ऐसा बोला कि जतिन भाई कितना खर्चा होगा. मैंने बोला if I am not considering the ticket of our speaker, so the expense is 1.5 to 2 lakhs. सर ने ऐसा बोला कि जतिन भाई 5 लाख दिया. This kind of support and encouragement is really we want. So sir, thank you very much for the kind support. The topic research and innovation in chemical science. Basically, our aim is to inspire the MSc students, those who are doing the research, so they can publish your paper or present your paper, maybe poster, maybe oral. So this is our aim, and expose research opportunities and develop university. So this is the theme of our research and innovation of chemical science. So I have to give the introduction about the Dr. Bhavik Dalal. So when I asked for the CV, and when I received the CV, so the CV having 37 pages. So I need to organize one more conference for this to explain the CV. So just I have taken some brief things from that CV. So Bhavik Dalal is a professor in the Department of Internal Medicine, Division of Pulmonary Critical Care and Sleep Medicine, graduated from NHL Municipal Medical College. BS तरीके ओळखते जाते. He completed his internal medicine residency and pulmonary critical care and sleep medicine fellowship and Wayne State University, Detroit, Michigan. Dr. Dalal is several pulmonary critical care and sleep medicine disorder, including pulmonary vascular disorder, lung disease, asthma, COPD, and sleep apnea. To name a few, he has participated in several clinical research studies. Or Dr. Dalal is board certified in internal medicine, pulmonary medicine, critical care medicine, and sleep medicine by the American Board of Internal Medicine. Dr. Dalal is passionate about the medical education and has received multiple teaching awards. Dr. Dalal got the 11 Best Teacher Awards in the US. From Corewell Health, School of Medicine, and other national and international organizations like American College of Case Physicians, Association of Pulmonary Critical Care Medicine Program Director, and joint international conference. He has authored several academic publications. He served on several local, regional, and national education committee and task. He served as a DEI, Diversity, Equality and Inclusion Council member of ACCP. Dr. Dalal completed the course requirement for the Master of Health Profession Education, that is for MHPE, and is working on the thesis to get a MHPE degree. So, most welcome to Dr. Bhavik Dalal. And last, today we celebrate the Swami Vivekananda, great spiritual leader and youth icon of India. So he taught us to believe ourselves and serve the humanity. His life and teaching continue to inspire millions, especially the youth. So let us follow his message of strength, unity, and self-confidence. Let us understand and talk about the sleep apnea without sleeping. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jatin bhai, presenting 37 biodata in 3.7 minutes. So now, we have guest, and again a chief guest we can say, Mrs. Ishani Dalal, spouse of Mr. Bhavik Dalal, and she is a renowned radiologist. So, again, second doctor with us to discuss. So now it's a time for our keynote address and will be presented by Dr. Bhavik Dalal. So I request all dignitaries to have a seat of the dais. One important announcement. We all know that in our college at 11:10, 4 to 5 minutes prayer is always there. It's a tradition. So if the lecture is continued, we will just have a break for that prayer. We all will stand up and we'll have a prayer and then we'll continue for the lecture. So it is the humble request to all of you to follow the tradition. Please maintain silence.
हेलो हेलो
ભાઈ તમે ફોટો સામે અત્યારે કે આપણે જે રેગ્યુલર ટાઈમે પ્રાર્થના થાય છે ત્યારે ઊભા થતા અત્યારે બેસ એટલે મેડમે જે સૂચના આપી ને આપણે રેગ્યુલર પ્રાર્થનાનો ટાઈમ થાય ત્યારે ઊભા થવા માટે કહ્યું છે થેન્ક યુ
हेलो हेलो जी हेलो हेलो Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
And good night to the people who are going to sleep during this lecture of the sleep. Thank you, Dr. Nirlegar, NG Science Department, for giving me this opportunity. When he mentioned that I feel odd man out here, I thought that makes two of us. He said that he is from the field of the commerce and the finance, not from science. Yes, I am from the field of the science, but not from the chemical science, unfortunately. So I am also feeling the same way what he was feeling earlier. When we talk about the science or the field of science, I am from the health science. Then we narrow it down to the human health science. Then we narrow it down further to the internal medicine part, or the in general what is wrong with the body, and then the specialization in the pulmonary, the lung field, critical care, and sleep medicine. When you learn more and more and more, you actually learn that you don't know anything.
That's a very common phenomenon. I think all of us do understand and appreciate. So again, whether it is expertise, it's still a question all the time, and you should question that all the time. These are all so-called labels of 37 pages of the CV. But again and again, it takes us to the more and more humble level that I don't know anything. So whatever I know, briefly, I will try to make you understand. When Jatin or Dr. Parikh told me to give a speech or a keynote address for a chemical science, I was significantly confused because my knowledge about chemistry is up to the 12th grade. So in front of the people who are significantly learned in the field of chemistry, what can I teach them? I know the structure of the benzene. Beyond that, I don't know anything. So then this is going to be challenging. So I was trying to search, what can I teach? What can I make you guys understand? And this is a topic very close to my heart, about sleep deprivation, the sleep hygiene, I think, which is pertinent to the every single human being in general. It's not only for the chemical science students, even for our faculty members or every student of every single specialty. I think this will be very helpful. Chance. No, that's fine. That's okay. That's okay. I can still move in this space. That's okay. So I will try to focus on a few of the chemical structures, but again, that is not the principal aim for this presentation. Also, I have tried to make this lecture a little interactive, so there are several questions. My audience response system is not working, but at least I will ask you the multiple choice question or open-ended questions. So without further delay, I will say, these are the objectives of the So we'll try to review the chemistry of a sleep-wake cycle, how people sleep, how people are awake, and how they are functioning. We'll try to review the few important sleep habits, and that's what I was telling, that this is very important for every single human being, whether you are from chemistry or commerce. And we'll try to find out important consequences of a sleep restriction and what is sleep restriction. And finally, try to correct a few of the sleep-related myths. So, I have a question. Again, as I say that my knowledge about the chemistry is very limited, so I found these things from the Wikipedia. Any of you guys know which of the following chemicals induces the sleep? It's one of the possible situations. I think that's a partially correct answer. I will say, which other chemical is more important to induce the sleep? What do you guys say? Adenosine. I think the adenosine is the more important, or the adenosine. So serotonin definitely plays a role, but the adenosine plays a significant role in a sleep-wake cycle. When we are awake, when we are functioning, adenosine level keeps on increasing to a certain point. That's what we know as a sleep drive or the S drive. When the adenosine level reaches to the maximum level, then the people actually fall asleep. Serotonin does play the role, but it's a secondary. The most important chemical for the sleep or natural sleep rhythm is adenosine. So that is the correct answer. While we are awake, the excitatory neurotransmitters like dopamine, norepinephrine, serotonin, acetylcholine, relaxin, histamine are at a higher level. These hormones are produced from several locations in the brain. For example, basal forebrain, locus coeruleus, which is the most important one, lateral dorsal tegmental nucleus, and so on. At the same time, the inhibitory neurotransmitters like adenosine, GABA, melatonin, and ghrelin are significantly at the basal of these neurotransmitters are produced from DLPA and relaxin. Whenever we work for longer time, eventually neurotransmitters go down, for example dopamine, and amount of the inhibitory neurotransmitters will increase, for example GABA and melatonin. And when those hormones reach to a certain level, person will be able to sleep. Once the person has slept for some amount of time, those neurotransmitters will go down, will increase, so person can be awake again, and this cycle continues. So as I said, that the inhibitory chemicals, like for example adenosine, GABA, they all will increase. People are able to fall asleep. Once the people are able to sleep, then the adenosine level will go down. The excitatory neurotransmitters levels will be up, so the people are actually awake and can function. This is a non-stop cycle goes on. Remember, we spend around third, or at least should spend around third of our life in sleep. So sleep is very important in general, and we will show you the few important problems of the people who do not sleep. Now again, you guys are the chemistry people or chemistry champions. Do anyone know the structure? This is the one which decreases the effect of adenosine, or opposite of the adenosine. What is this?
Caffeine.
Caffeine. Wow, that's good. That's actually an impressive situation, that this is a structure of a caffeine. Caffeine works by inhibiting or opposing the effect of the adenosine. So that's why the caffeine helps us to actually be awake for a certain time. Once the adenosine level has reached to the very maximum level, even caffeine may not work. But this is the caffeine is the anti-dot or the opposite side of the molecule. Again, I don't know the similarity and the differences between the caffeine and the adenosine, but you guys probably might find out something which is important and why it is inhibiting the effect of the adenosine. So let me now talk about a more clinical applications, or the applications for the human life after changing the gear from the chemistry to the sleep itself. What should be the normal duration of a sleep for an adult? For all of us, what should be a normal duration? See? Do you guys follow that, or are you just saying C for the sake of the sake? Do you sleep for 7 to 8 hours? All youngsters in the back benches? You do? Wow, that's very impressive. I will show you the data in a minute. If that's true or not. But I think the correct answer is probably C. And every time, so the normal duration according to the American Academy of Sleep Medicine is 7 to 8 hours. Every time I talk about the sleep duration, this gentleman comes into the picture, right? People always say that Narendra Modi sleeps for 4 hours, and he is one of the best PM so far we have in last 70 years, right? So how does he just sleep for 4 hours and then he can function? So my answer to all of you guys, or at least those who are married, I know the people are not married here at all. Those who are married here, do you have your wife with you? Oh, you are saying no. If you have your wife with you, then you can compare with him because he does not. Don't take a comparison of he's fully dedicated to the nation. If once you reach to that dedication, then you can sleep for 4 hours. Up until that, I think it's very important to sleep for the 7 to 8 hours. So we don't want to take an example or anecdotes as a normal. he might have some consequences of the sleep restriction itself, which we don't know. So never compare like, oh, Narendra Modi sleep for 4 hours, so then I will also sleep for 4 hours. That's not the right thing. The 7 to 8 hours is a normal duration. I will show you in a few minutes. So again, another question for the students, very important, because my kids are in a college, and then every time we ask them to sleep, that you should sleep for 7 hours, they say, Dad, but I have a lot of homework. I got to do this homework. I have to remain awake at night. Of course, that compromises the sleep. Very simple. So, what is a true statement regarding the duration of sleep and the grades? Very important for you guys, right? Everybody wants to get a good grades so that we can advance our career. Decrease sleep time, decrease grade. Decrease sleep time, increase grades, increase sleep time, decrease grades. Again, I think that you guys are all theoretically so powerful. We'll show you the data when it comes to the reality. But yeah, I think the correct answer is we have multiple studies in the college students and the high school students. Those who sleep for longer than 7.5 hours had an amazing grades compared to the students actually they did not sleep for 7 hours or so. So that's a very important message for the student community, that if you really are struggling or want to get a good grades, the better situation is the better sleep. So this is another important problem coming up, which is impairing the sleep. Right? If you say, for example, I know Gujarat is a little dry state, although the amount of alcohol people drink in Gujarat, I know that there is a joke there. Gujarat ma bahut baraf pade. Okay, kya? Okay, alcohol na glass. The people, if you have a glass of wine or the alcohol at night before you sleep, and then if you wake up, and then if you need alcohol to wake up, do you know what is the name of those people? How would you label those people? Those who require alcohol to sleep, alcohol to wake up, like, so meaning by they require alcohol to continue sleep, alcoholic, right? Nowadays, when you sleep, what do you have in your hand? When you wake up, what do you have in hand? So I think we are phonoholic instead of alcoholic, and I think that includes all of us, I believe. All of us are phonoholic. But one of the important problems which is upcoming, because on the social media and the internet has significantly boomed after 2010. So in this last 15 years, the situation has significantly impaired, which affects the younger generation, your generation, and there is one of the disorder or one of the new problem emerged known as a problematic internet use, or sorry for that. So problematic internet use, because people are constantly online. That green dot is actually telling us, it's not a green, it should be red dot when the people are online. And there are so many problems happen, especially in a young adults like you. So that's why I'm just again and again focusing that this is creating a significant problem known as a problematic internet use. For example, the people who are in this particular study, the people have an EDS on the y-axis, meaning by how much sleepy they are feeling. They told us that we will have a sleep lecture, but we will not let you sleep, and I think I'm trying to do my best so that you guys don't sleep. But the people fall asleep, like lecture ma bhi thodi wale because who I first class. Gaadi chalao to then that would be a dangerous situation. So EDS stands for the excessive daytime sleepiness on the y-axis. The people who you can see that the people who are not addicted to the internet versus people are possibly addicted and people are definitely addicted. The importance is that they do feel sleepy more and more and more. So if you are addicted to internet, then definitely there will be more and more sleepiness. It's a simple connection with the internet use and the sleepiness. Similarly, the people in this particular study, they tried to correlate the depression, anxiety, and psychological disorders, especially in the adolescent and the young adults like you, all the students, and the people who have significant sleep problems was most importantly correlated with all the neuropsychiatric disorders, those who have significant sleep problems, or those who can't sleep, or those who don't sleep. Both of them have a significant problem with increasing sleeping pills, poor quality of sleep, the insomnia, depression, increased sleep latency, interrupted sleep, all these things actually were significantly correlated with the internet use and the sleep problems. As far as I'm practicing as a sleep medicine physician, and these are the data from the United States. The number of the sleep medicine patients which we are seeing across the last 2 decades are significantly increasing. So this was a study for the insomnia or any sleep related problem from 2000 to 2010, and you can see that the numbers are increasing. This was another study from 2010 to 2020, same situation. In a man and women, in both the genders, the number of people who have a sleep problems in general are significantly increasing, and we are seeing more and more patients. Unfortunately, in India, the awareness of a sleep problem is less. There are no sleep-trained physicians because we still don't even have a sleep certification here in India. Maybe in Bombay and maybe in the Delhi, but not significantly no significant awareness in Ahmedabad. So I'm pretty sure that if you have a data from our institutions or the Ahmedabad, probably the similar situation will happen. Now, what will happen? As we said that the normal duration should be between 7 and 8 hours. What will happen if people do not sleep for 7 hours? What can be affected? One simple answer, everything. I will show you a few studies which you don't need to always be bothered by, but again, from a scientific research, I will show you the data that when the people are not sleeping, what can be affected. So for example, in this particular study, they have tried to give a questionnaire to the participants, and then they followed them for a long time, probably 5 or 6 years. The people in the questionnaire reported that if they have poor sleep versus healthy sleep, or an intermediate sleep versus healthy sleep. So the sleep was qualified by the participants, the good sleep, intermediate sleep, poor sleep. And that will take the years of a life loss free of a cardiovascular disease, meaning by heart attack and the stroke. So you can see that in a man and women, there is a significant number of years. These are the years. So like 2 years and 3 years less life expectancy if the people have a poor sleep. For example, if they have a known sleep disorder, like Dr. Parikh was saying, the sleep disorder breathing, which is sleep apnea, which actually takes almost 6 years of a life. So if the people have an untreated sleep apnea, their life expectancy is almost 6 years less compared to the people who do not have a sleep apnea or who have a treated sleep apnea. So either the sleep quality, sleep duration, or sleep disorders, both actually were connected with a significant amount of less life expectancy, which is an important benchmark always in the healthcare. What about so another interesting situation about sleep in general, and how did we come up with the 7 hours of a number? So they did an experiment long time ago. This was in 1989, so a long time ago this study was done. In humans, unfortunately, we can do, but in the rats or mice, they did a study. They were controlled rats and the intervention rats. In the intervention group, the rats were not allowed to sleep at all. The moment the rat is sleeping, there was a little cage will turn and the rat will be awake. So rat was constantly made awake for as long as the time goes on. In 11 to 30 days, all the rats actually died. So remember, people can survive without food, people can survive without water, people cannot survive without the sleep. That was the message they want to try. My point was, when the rats died, if they are not allowed to sleep, what was the cause of a death? What do you guys think? Was it infection or myocardial infarction? I just put some layman language term like heart attack. Arrhythmias, meaning by the heart is beating irregularly, or the stroke, like a paralysis. What do you guys think? This is definitely a difficult situation. This is not guessable in general. I mean, even with people with a medical background may not be able to give me a correct answer. But audience people are saying something. What do you say?
Infection.
A. Infection. So that's what actually happened. The rats actually died because of the infection and sepsis. Our body does have a lot of bacteria in it. When we don't sleep, those bacteria will invade the rest of the bloodstream, will cause the infection, and that's how the rats actually died. That was the most commonly postulated situation. So, and that's what I say to my kids as well. Whenever they get sick, oh, I don't feel great, or I have a fever. Okay, I think that is the reason, because if you sleep, then your immunity will boost up, and your immunity is boosted up, then automatically you should be able to fight against the infection. We do all have a common viral infections, the sore throat and sardi khansi. These are all the commonly due to the viral infections. Whenever the immunity goes down, the viral infections will be more. We did find the same exact phenomenon during the COVID time as well. The people who were not sleeping had a more and more COVID episodes, and the people who were sleeping had a less COVID episodes. So like we again and again reproduce the same finding from rats to the human being, that the people, when they don't sleep, they have more infections. It's no question about it. So this was the actual study published in one of the very good journals. The Sleep is one of the highest ranked journal in the field of the sleep back in 1989, and the rats, they died probably due to the infections. In general, for human beings, the same situation as I just said about COVID. This was another study. You can see in this yellow, this part, it's a yellow is a score group for a 0. So higher the score, better the sleep. And on the y-axis, you have a cumulative risk of all infections. So this was over the period of like 12 years. They studied the people who did not sleep, or their sleep quality was less. And those people who have a less quality of sleep had more infections on the longer time. So again and again, we are producing the same data. What about cancers? A lot of people ask this question. I don't drink, I don't smoke. Why do I have a cancer? Why do I have this cancer also? Do you sleep? It's a very important straight away connection that the people who do not sleep have a significant more number of cancers. For example, in this particular study, you can see normal sleep, short sleep, and a long sleep. Long sleep was defined for more than 9 hours. So people who slept even longer than 9 hours also had more cancers. And the people who slept for a short time, especially those who did not take any naps, they also had more cancer. So the sleep duration, when it went down below 6 hours and they did not take any naps, those people had more cancers compared to the people who slept for the longer than 7 hours. Same thing in another study, the quality of a sleep and the cancers. The people who have a poor quality of sleep, straight away in a linear fashion was connected with a more amount of cancer. So more infections, more heart problems, more cancer so far. And I'll show you just a few more things. What about dementia? So we have an institution in the United States, probably you might have heard, known as the NIH, National Institute of Health. Maximum number of the research across the world is actually happening via NIH, gives the billions of dollars for the funding for the research every year. Almost 25% of the US healthcare, US budget is consumed by the healthcare. So almost 1/4 of the budget is for the healthcare, and out of that, significant amount of money is given by the NIH for the research. One of the important research topic in the last 2 decades or 3 decades, I will say, is dementia. And I think that we are experiencing the same thing here in India as well, because the life expectancy in India is also increasing. Remember, dementia happens more and more in the older patients, and we do see in India as well the more and more dementia. one of the very good link for the dementia, the sleep duration. So this was a study across all states in United States, like the 50 states in United States. So multi-state sample population, not just from the one center or the other. And they followed those people for 10 years. Those who did sleep well, those who did sleep longer versus those who did not. So the sleep duration was actually assessed by a questionnaire again and again, and they were followed for 10 years. Remember, whenever we do study, and if the studies are being done in a longitudinal fashion for a long time, if I do study only for a month, nothing is going to happen. But if I do study for the 10 years, then I will have some relevant, important findings. This is what they found. They did ask the people about the 3 important sleep parameters. Do they have a sleep initiation insomnia? Insomnia meaning by you are not able to sleep. It's a very common problem I hear from my family members. ઊંઘ નથી આવતી. શું કરું? આ લોકોને કેટલાક અત્યારે આવે છે તો પછી રાત્રે નથી આવતી. પણ ઊંઘ નથી આવતી is one of the very important problem, especially in the older patients or the older people. Sleep maintenance insomnia. Yeah, I can sleep, but at 2 a.m. I just wake up and then I can go back to sleep. So I cannot continue my 7 hours of sleep. Would be a sleep maintenance insomnia, and you need any medication for the sleep. Unfortunate situation, we get all the medication here from the chemistry, from the pharmacy without even a prescription. That does not happen in the United States, fortunately. And those people who did use the medication for the sleeping purposes, what they found, 51% more increased risk of dementia if you have any one of these 3 problems: sleep initiation insomnia, maintenance insomnia, or requiring sleeping pills. Quite a bit of a association. And the same thing happened that people who rely on only sleep medication to sleep, almost 30% people have a higher risk of dementia compared to the people who did not. Right? So more infection, more cardiovascular problem. Doesn't be okay. Oh, okay. So more problems, and I think we should probably do this one afterwards for a moment. There's an interesting concept about the weight, so I would love to do that after the prayer, right, the custom, the ritual. I'm so glad that actually it is no matter what happens, the customs needs to be followed. That's very nice, and I really appreciate that. If you do the same thing with the sleep, then I think the outcomes even will be much better. So I think the same concept or the same message or the same theme, the customs needs to be followed. I'll show you a few more things about that as well. Any questions so far before that alarm rings? Yes.
Intermittent sleep or continuous sleep, which one is preferred or both are?
Continuously. For example, if the people are saying they sleep 4 hours during night and another 3 hours during the daytime, for example, versus I sleep for 7 hours in the night, which one is preferable? I'm just breaking your question to a little different format. Continuous sleep of 7 hours is much better than the 4 plus 3. The reason behind that is that the sleep goes in the cycling phenomenon. So when we start sleeping, say for example at 11 p.m., normally we start with a superficial sleep or a non-REM sleep, which is just a technical term you might have heard, NREM sleep. When the sleep goes on after the certain time, then you will have a little deep sleep, and then after the 60 minute or 90 minute, you will have REM sleep. So at that time, the REM only would be for 20 or 25 minutes. When the night goes on, the deep sleep component will go up, the REM sleep component go up, and then the superficial sleep component will go down. So if you actually break the sleep into the 2 or 3 segments,
The prayer is about to begin. During the prayer, we will stand in our places without
Hey,
આભાર આપનો દિવસ
overweight or obese. So pure obesity might be 40%, overweight and obesity include both, it's around 50%. So this is exponential increasing problem everywhere. And then what we want to do, or what can we do, or what is a connection of a obesity and a sleep? We think that it's probably due to all this McDonald's and the Subway, which I think is definitely contributing, no question about it. But how the sleep is causing the problem, and how can we revert back from this point to the previous point. I'll show you in this one particular study. This was if you have to take home only one message, this is a message because this is one of the best conducted study in a Mayo Clinic, which is one of the very reputed institutions in the United States. They admitted the participants, there were around 30 or 40 participants, healthy, so-called healthy people, young volunteers. They admitted them for 21 days in a hospital. Remember, in the United States, the cost of the hospitalization is significantly higher, so this requires a tremendous amount of money and support to do such a kind of study. But what they did in the actual study, this was a diagram of a study itself. For the first 4 days, they have acclimatization period. I mean, when you go to the hotel, for example, or somebody's place, then of course you can't sleep, right? So they said, okay, don't let them used to the environment. So that was a acclimatization period of 4 days. Then for 2 weeks, this red zone, what you are seeing in the picture, they were allowed to sleep only for 4 hours in every 24 hours time frame. They cannot sleep longer than 4 hours. So the sleep duration was restricted, and that's why they were admitted in the hospital. So the people will come and make you awake. You can't sleep. They were allowed to eat whatever they want to eat. Their exercise or activities were also monitored and limited. Like, they can do only this much amount of exercise, or they can do only every time. So that lasted for 2 weeks, 14 days. And then they have a recovery period of 3 days. After that, they were admitted in hospital again for 21 days. The same people, again the 4 days of the acclimatization, 4 days of the, used to or get used to part. 2 weeks of the time, which was considered intervention, like, comparing this red bar, it's showing you a gray bar. They were able to sleep up to 7 to 9 hours. So if they want to sleep for 7 hours, 8 hours, they were permitted to sleep for that much amount of time. So that's a difference. In the first part, they could only sleep for 4 hours. In the second time, they could sleep for 7 to 9 hours. and then there was a recovery period of the same, like 3 days. You know what they found? This is what they found. So this is a very interesting study. When the people slept only for 4 hours, only in 2 weeks, remember the impact if you do it for a longer time, how it could be, is 0.5 kilo weight, mean weight increase compared to the baseline by almost half a kilo. In some people actually increase as much as 2 kilos just in 2 weeks. They have a significant increase in the abdominal girth. And the size change is 7.8 square centimeter. So almost an inch of a size of the abdomen actually gone up in 2 weeks. And they actually it happened because they increased the more intake of the food. We know the mechanism, and I will show you in a minute. But and then what happened when they crossed over? The same people, when they slept for 14 days for 7 hours or longer, their weight become decreased. Their weight actually gone down. The abdominal girth, which was increased, did go down. So they came back to the baseline just in 2 weeks. So which was such a profound impact on the weight gain and the abdominal girth. They have a lot of adipose tissue deposition in the abdomen, in the viscera like stomach and intestine, and the increased weight just in 2 weeks of a sleep restriction. So amazing study. So very simple message: if you want to lose weight, which I think a lot of people are trying here, sleep. So one simple answer: sleep for 7 hours. We know the mechanism. Probably you guys have heard. These are the 2 important hormones, and then I have a chemical structure. Again, I am not a very understanding, the person from the chemistry, but there is a hormone known as ghrelin, which actually increases the appetite. So ghrelin hormone actually increases, and the hormone of leptin is a hormone important for satiety. Like you don't want to eat anymore. So leptin amount goes down, ghrelin hormone level goes up when the people not sleep. So we know the mechanism why this thing happened, but they did produce in an experiment to prove this particular mechanism. So amazing type of a study, and the very important message that if you really want to lose weight, probably you want to sleep more. What about the sleep and sex? Oh, wow, sex sells, always, that's what they say. A lot of people suddenly the word sex came up into the picture, they just become awoke. So, which would be the, all the statements of this are related to the sleep restriction when people are not sleeping for 7 or 8 hours. All the statements are right except more erectile dysfunction in men, orgasmic disorder in women, lower testosterone in men, higher desire of sex in women, erectile dysfunction in young men. Which one is not true? If people do not sleep, which one is not true? The vichar vimarsh kare lo bhai. What do you guys think? D. By logic also that's true, right? In general. So yes, probably the less desire. But again, this is coming from a scientific experiment. That's why I wanted to bring it here. The last one is a little confusing. That sleep restriction can cause the erectile dysfunction or the sex problem in a young people. That was the main objective of the study. So this was a study came up recently in 2023 from Brazil, one of the South American countries. They studied the young people like you, and that's why I just kept it over here, 19 to 25 years of age, not the older people in whom the erectile dysfunction or the sexual problems are common. These are the young people they studied. So they gave them a questionnaire regarding their sleep duration and the sleep quality over the last 6 to 8 weeks time span. And then they also gave a questionnaire regarding their sexual performances. So in a young 19 to 25 or 30 years of age, when the people have low amount of sleep or the poor quality sleep, almost half of the students, the men or the half of the young students, they actually have erectile dysfunction. So all the majority of the, at least the, out of them 70% or 60% of them had a mild erectile dysfunction, but the 30 or 40% of the people even had a severe erectile dysfunction. So this is significantly challenging issue. In a similar study for a women, this was another study. We have a cellular level mechanism that why that happens. The testosterone amount goes down, the other estrogen and the other hormones they increase. So that's why this kind of a problem do happen. So we have a cellular level mechanism. But bottom line situation was that in that particular study from a Brazilian center, the erectile dysfunction in the man has significantly increased. In another study recently, again 2023, this was mainly focused on the women. The first study was mainly focused for the men. This study was mainly focused for the women. They studied the 1.3 million people. So very large cohort sample they have studied. Same way, they have given the sleep questionnaire, and the women who have either sleep apnea, insomnia, or a circadian sleep disorder. So they have any kind of a sleep problem. What they found from the sexual perspective, they had a low desire, arousal disorder, and orgasmic disorder. So that was significantly correlated if they have any sleep problem. So in men also it was a problem, in women also it was a problem. In summary, insufficient sleep and health, everything will be affected. You will have more infections, more cardiovascular problems, more dementia, more cancers, you name it, and I will actually show you the study for a low sleep duration. And finally, the low sleep duration will cause the less life expectancy. Similarly, I think there's another similar cartoon diagram just showing the same message that if the people do not sleep, what happens? Now, this was almost 15 years ago, somebody did an economical impact study. If this all health problems are increasing, then definitely there will be an economical situation. So this was a study published in 2010. So the numbers are definitely off right now. But the United States, for example, is losing $411 billion, not million, billion, which is 2.5% of the 2.2% of the country's GDP. Today, if we do the same study or analysis, probably it will reach to $1 trillion. We are facing $38 trillion deficit, but the $1 trillion every year deficit can be generated just because the people do not sleep. And you guys are probably better because you said me that you sleep longer than 7 hours. I just will believe. These were data from the Apple Watch. How many of you have an Apple Watch or a Samsung Watch or some kind of a device? Yeah, I think that's why the data are not coming from here, probably not representing our population. So I will rather trust you guys that you sleep for 7 hours. But the Apple Watch can actually detect the sleep time. Not very accurate, probably 85% accuracy about the sleep time. So not the best data. But they have found the data for 100,000 people, 1 lakh people. And they studied that for the people gave that data. Of course, in the United States, anything you want to do, they have to give a permission. So the participants gave a permission to give the sleep data for longer than 10 days were included. And this is what they found. The only 31% of the people were sleeping for longer than 7 hours, which is required or which is a recommended duration. You can see that 9% of the people had less than 5 hours in that Narendra Modi range. The 20% of the people had 5 to 6 hours, and 40% of the people had 6 to 7 hours. So only 1/3 of a population. So I think when we take larger samples, like 100,000 people, it is more likely to be correct for the other population as well. Again, I can't speak for you guys, but if you are sleeping for longer than 7 hours, I'm very proud of you. So what or how can we improve that sleep duration? Let's now understand the practical question. What can we do? So, okay, so what can we do? Right, that's we understood the problem. I don't think there is a question about understanding the problem. But now what can we do? So, what is the correct answer for this question? All of the following can be a part of abnormal sleep hygiene, except variable wake-up time and variable bedtime, watching TV in the bed, racing thoughts in the bed, having sex in the bed, eating during the sleep. Which one is the incorrect? D, right. So we have a textbook statement says that the bed and a bedroom is for sleep and sex only. If you do anything else, your sleep is going to be affected. Anything else, like including watching TV, including racing thoughts, including tossing and turning in the bed, all of these things we do, or eating sometime, working on a laptop, iPad, anything you do will actually affect the sleep. So the first simple answer, I will go in a little bit detail, but first simple answer, do not do anything other than sleeping and sex. That's it. Those are the only two things that are supposed to be done. Again, study from the United States, so can't speak for the Indian population. But 88% of the people, they usually watch TV in a bedroom. Do you guys do that? Netflix? No? Mobile? Instagram, the WhatsApp, the Facebook, right? And some bed. So 66% of the people actually read book. 60% of the population, read sports and then half of the population play the video game. So again, I wish that our population or our data should be different to defeat them. So this is the generality in the United States, and that does cause significant amount of sleep loss. If you do something, your sleep is affected, your health is affected. One simple matter. So just to give a clinical scenario or the understanding, this was a patient who has a stressful job. Everyone has a stressful job actually nowadays. Jatin is being stressed by this seminar. That's what he was saying that I cannot eat right now anything. So then I think he's stressed about that 5 lakhs rupees will come on. 5 lakhs rupees will come or not. Otherwise he has to some money from the home. So that's why he's stressed. I can imagine that why he's stressed. But anyhow, everybody has a stressful job. The guy smokes almost a pack of cigarettes every day. His job time is from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Good thing is that he's running on a treadmill, and I am seeing here in India that a lot of people are more aware of exercise and running, and that's why people have now more knee injuries, but I think that's a good culture. His bedtime is around 10:30 or 11 every night. 11 p.m. to 12 p.m. he's that phonoholic guy like all of us, so he's on a phone. And then the 12:30 to 1 a.m. actual sleep time. So like that, does this sound similar to several of you guys? Little bit, okay. Or some of you know, okay. 4 out of the 7 nights he wakes up at 4 a.m. And he can go back to sleep. In the United States there is also a little, the mic. Did I put that? Drinks 2 glasses of wine. So there is a myth in US that the glass of a wine keeps people healthy. It is absolutely BS, absolutely debunked theory. There is no proof of that. So that is not actually true, but that's what a lot of people do. So he was drinking 2 glasses of wine. Finally wakes up at 6 a.m. and he feels exhausted during the day. So what can be done to prevent that middle of night awakenings? How will he improve that midnight insomnia? 4 a.m. he wakes up and then he can go back to sleep. What is the contributory factor? Is it the late exercise? Sorry? What did you say? Alcohol. No, alcohol. So screen time probably will do 2 things. It will cause you to sleep onset insomnia, meaning by in the initial part he is not able to sleep because the light prevents the people to sleep. Also, it will cause the poor quality sleep. So then even if you are able to sleep, then you are not having a good quality sleep. Late exercise will do the same thing. Exercise increases your adrenaline, right? So if you do the exercise at 7 p.m., which I see in a lot of people, 6 p.m., I just actually had a patient yesterday or day before yesterday in a conference. The gentleman is doing exercise 3 or 4 days in a week, but from 7 to 8 p.m. because he said, I'm not a morning person. And then he cannot sleep, so then he was taking a sleeping pill. So late exercise actually causing the adrenaline to be there, so it will prevent the people to sleep. And finally, the smoking, nicotine in the smoking, right, is a stimulant substance. We know that the nicotine is a very stimulant substance. So nicotine will also prevent the people to sleep. So that will cause a sleep onset insomnia. But the alcohol is this typical effect that sometimes people have a sleep-inducing situation by alcohol. Remember, again, the Gujarat is a dry state, but a lot of people have a permit. Do you know what is the number one cause of a permit? Or like when they will come to the doctors and they will say, okay, do this, give me a permit. What is the indication to give a permit by the physician? Insomnia, which is absolutely bogus. Alcohol is not a solution for insomnia, but that's how the physicians will actually give a permit to the patients that okay, you are insomnia, you are not able to sleep, take a permit, and then they will drink alcohol, and then everything else will be the problematic. But this is a real life scenario in Gujarat, and a lot of our friends also have a permit for this particular indication. The alcohol, there should not be any permit of alcohol drinking because alcohol cannot be justified by any means. Like any medical means, alcohol cannot be justified. But that's what they do. So alcohol probably is causing that middle insomnia, and that's what I just told you about everything about alcohol. It will also disrupt the sleep quality, and the more the drinking you do, it's proportionate to that. One drink will cause this much amount of quality loss, 2 drinks will cause this much amount of quality loss, and so forth and so on. So very, very straight away relationship with alcohol and sleep quality. So stop drinking alcohol was the correct answer. Everything else is probably was causing sleep onset insomnia. Dr. Nevlekar also talked about this particular problem, and I showed you in several studies. It's known as sleep apnea, which is a very important sleep disorder. Unfortunately, in South Asians, the sleep apnea is very common, but significantly underdiagnosed and undertaught. Nobody talks about it. Nobody treats about the sleep apnea. Apnea meaning by you stop breathing. You stop breathing during sleep. That's why it is known as sleep apnea. When I say stop breathing, there is a pause of 10 seconds. Just 10 seconds of the pause. So people are breathing, and then 10 seconds of pause will be labeled as apnea. Why does it happen? It happens due to the closure or obstruction of the posterior part of the airway. I'll show you in this cartoon video what actually happens.
When you breathe, air travels through your nose, down the throat, through the windpipe, and into your lungs. The narrowest part of that pathway is in the back of your throat. When you're awake, muscles keep that pathway relatively wide open. But when you sleep, those muscles relax, allowing the opening to narrow. The air passing through this narrowed opening may cause the soft palate to vibrate. This causes snoring. In some people, the throat closes so much that enough air can't get through to the lungs. When this happens, the brain sends an alarm to open the airway. Most often, this is associated with a brief arousal from sleep. The brain quickly reactivates the muscles that hold the throat open. Air gets through again, and the brain goes back to sleep. This disorder is called obstructive sleep apnea.
So every time you stop breathing, 2 things happen. One, which was shown in the video, that the brain is getting away. So people think that no, મને કોઈ સ્લીપનો પ્રોબ્લેમ નથી, હું તો ફર્સ્ટ ક્લાસ 10,000 સુઈ જાઉં. તમારે કેટલા દિવસ એવું કહે લોકો, અમારા એ છે ને તો ગમે ત્યાં બેઠા ખુરશીમાં બી સુઈ જાય, ગમે ના બેઠા, ભગવાન એમને બહુ સુખ આપ્યું. I'm not sure about that. કે સુખ છે કે a significant sign of a sleep apnea છે. That's very important because if your brain is getting awake and awake and awake every time you stop breathing, you are not getting a good night's sleep. You are not getting a deep sleep. So the next day you feel tired. Next day you feel fatigued. Next day you feel exhausted. Next day you feel anxious, and then you sleep anywhere and everywhere. That might be the sign of rather sleep apnea rather than the actually sleep initial. That's a very important part. The biggest problem though, every time you stop breathing, you don't get enough oxygen. The purpose of the breathing is to bring the oxygen to the body. If you don't breathe, the oxygen level will go down. Once you start breathing again, the oxygen level will come back again, then it will go down again, and then it will go up again. This does cause a significant torture on your autonomic nervous system. So that's why people with the sleep apnea have more hypertension, more blood pressure. Difficult to control blood pressure. Now blood pressure starts, then they have more heart problems, right? So they have more and more heart problems, and I have always a talk, and we say that the sleep apnea is a heart disease. We don't say the sleep apnea is just a sleep disorder. So I think the treatment of the sleep apnea is probably beyond this situation. But the other common disorder is insomnia. which is not able to sleep. Again, the treatment of insomnia is the cognitive behavioral therapy, not the sleeping pills. जे लोग sleeping pill लेता हो तो probably you want to wind that down and eventually stop it. The sleeping pills is not a great answer. What you can do, the madam was asking that also. So I will give a 2-minute prescription for the people who are not able to sleep. The very simple part that if you have a routine time, the sleep time and a wake up time. So then whatever you want to decide, 12 p.m., 12 midnight, okay. 7 a.m. waking up time, okay. Whatever the time you want to decide, 11 to 6, 12 to 7, whatever the which can allow you an opportunity or a window of 7 hours. Keep that time persistent. If you are sleeping one day at a 1 a.m., one day at a 10 p.m., you are confusing your body. Your body is not, you are not supporting your body. So the one is a commonly like the great ritual or the custom like what we did for the prayer. Second, no significant amount of exercise, no alcohol, no smoking, no screen time. American Academy of Sleep Medicine has a class 1 recommendation that the people should not use any type of a screen, TV, iPad, laptop, phone, at least an hour prior to the bedtime. I think the phone avoidance for an hour is nowadays very difficult, but I try to match it at least half an hour prior to the sleep time. I don't want to see the phone. Then you are in the bed and you are trying to sleep. The room is dark, room is cold. 67 degree Fahrenheit temperature actually improves the sleep efficiency. So room is dark and room is cold. You are trying to sleep. If you are not able to sleep in next 15 to 20 minutes, which is an educated guess, you don't want to actually see the time. So the another mistake commonly people are doing is at time. The moment they are awake, 2 o'clock, my goodness, and 2 o'clock I have to go to college tomorrow, I can sleep. That anxiety about not sleeping will not let you sleep. So that anxiety about insomnia is causing insomnia. In our language, it is known as a perpetuating factor. You are eating your own tail. So don't actually see the time. Approximately next 15 to 20 minutes, if you are not able to sleep, then go to the living room, go to the kitchen, don't toss and turn. Mari mummy ati to ye 3-4 kalak pathani mein bas hum toss and turn karya kare. As I said that the bed is not a place to toss and turn. Then go in the living room, go to the kitchen, do something what you don't like. If you don't like to do the math, then do the math. If you don't like to do organic chemistry, I hope you like all the people. If you don't like, then do the organic chemistry. Also do something what you don't like. Not on the phone, not so like pen and paper. If you don't like to draw something. The moment you feel sleepy, leave everything there, go back to bedroom, and then try to sleep. If you do this thing again and again and again, automatically your sleep will be consolidated. Automatically your sleep will be better. So that's what is known as a sleep control therapy or a stimulus control therapy. As I just mentioned, all of those things probably need to be done. Avoidance of the phone and this thing. No significant sugar also at the late night. So no sugar, no alcohol, no caffeine, no the tea. So in simpler words, whenever the people have a sleep problem, can be easily assessed by these mnemonics known as BEARS. If they have bedtime problems, if they have excessive sleepiness during the day, awakening at the midnight, regularity of a sleep like number of hours, and sleep disorders including sleep apnea and insomnia. So everyone can be easily screened for a sleep problem by this BEARS mnemonic. And finally, I will end with this slide from Swami Bhaviranand. If you want to lose weight, have a good sex with less heart attacks, less cancers, and less infections, sleep for 7 to 8 hours. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm happy to answer any questions. So, I think we'll open up the forum for the questions. Any question? Yes, Hitesh.
is important or quality is important? And second question, it's a chemical imbalance due to that sleep disorder is there. So is it come from a heredity?
So, the one by one question, the hours are important or quality is important? The answer to that question is both are important. The quality is also important because as I showed you, even the people are sleeping for 7 hours. If the quality, can you hear? Hello?
Yes.
Quality, even if the quality is affected with the normal hours of 7 hours, still people have more problems. So the quality and quantity both are important. There is no exceptions to that rule. Like you can have a choice between the quality and quantity. If you have, like if you want to, then try to focus more on a quantity. Quality automatically will happen. The second question, that if the sleep disorder breathing or the sleep apnea, for example, is hereditary or not. In the world of hereditary disorders, we say that if you have a gene found, for example, for a specific genetic abnormality we find, usually we say this is hereditary. Now, sleep apnea runs in families, but I won't consider that as hereditary. It runs in families because normally after mota the they okay jo papa jo lage, right? Our facial architecture. So as I was saying that in Indian population, the Asian population, we have a smaller jaw. So inherently we have a small space behind the tongue. So as I was showing you in that video, that space is occluding or that space is compromising very easily. Now the same thing happens, it's not genetic, it's not hereditary, but because we look alike like our parents, if the parents have a sleep apnea, probably the child might have a sleep apnea eventually. Sleep apnea has a linear relationship with weight and the age. So when we get older and older, especially in the man after the 50 and in women after they reach the menopause, the sleep apnea exponentially increases. So there is a significant relationship with the age and a weight. More the weight, more sleep apnea, older we are, more sleep apnea. No, the chemicals, the good chemicals and the bad chemicals or inhibitory chemicals and excitatory chemicals, the one I was showing in the normal sleep cycle is the same for everyone. I mean, which is universal for the no matter where you are, who you are. Now, when you say some chemicals are good for sleep, are you thinking of a good sleep-inducing food or the chemicals which are generated from a body? Which would be the same in every, like say for example, you have more adenosine, more GABA, at those times you will be able to sleep more. When you have more dopamine, adrenaline, cortisol, then you will be able to work and function. So those things are common with the variable amounts in every. Other question? So first is a magnesium. Will magnesium play a role in a good sleep? We have some observational data. Like whenever I say observational data, you always have to take it with a pinch of a grain. But we have a certain observational studies data that the magnesium may induce better quality sleep. On the other side, I don't think that there is a significant harm in taking magnesium. So if you take a 1 tablet of magnesium at a night, I'm not promoting anything, by the way, I'm just answering her question. So આમાં શું થાય છે કે પછી દલાલ સાહેબે કહ્યું છે કે રાત્રે મેગ્નેશિયમ લેવાનું. હું એવું નથી કહેતો, જેમને પ્રોબ્લેમ ના હોય એને કશું જ લેવું ના જોઈએ. I'm saying that there is nothing required. But if the people have a poor quality sleep or some sleep onset insomnia, they can try with magnesium and it may improve some sleep quality. I'm not sure from the scientific perspective, but there is no significant harm in taking magnesium, so it's okay to take magnesium. The second part, you said that how can we improve melatonin of the screen time. Melatonin is produced from a pineal gland as soon as the darkness happens. So when the darkness happens in surrounding, the melatonin will start secreting. So for example, during a summertime, US in the summertime, 6-7 p.m., the darkness starts to happen, and then the melatonin secretions will slowly reach at 10-11 o'clock. The melatonin secretions will be at a peak. That's why the 10 or 11 p.m. was the best time to sleep. That's why usually the people want to sleep during that time. Now, if you don't sleep at that time, then you actually lost the melatonin surge. Melatonin will surge, and then we are not synchronizing our lives, our cycle with the melatonin surge. Outside of melatonin, like you go to the pharmacy and say, okay, melatonin tablet up. That doesn't work. Yeah, it doesn't work. So please don't take a melatonin tablet. Melatonin tablets are only recommended for people who have a shift work disorder. So the people who are working in a second shift and third shift and a first shift, or people who travel. Like, so for example, when I come from the US to here, I will have a jet lag. Or when I go back to the US, then I will have a jet lag. So during those couple of days, people can use melatonin, not for a chronic insomnia. The regular variety insomnia, melatonin is not recommended. Yes, I would happily answer the questions from youngsters, man. The only two types of the people do not have questions. Those who know everything and those who don't know anything. If you are in an in-between zone, you should have questions.
Can regular meditation is significantly compensate our sleep time? There is number of article on it. When you mentioned PM Learning Group, there is one article on it. They do regular meditation, so.
If the question can be modified, say for example, if you are doing an hour of meditation, can you move yourself from a sleep requirement zone of 7 to 8 hours to 5 to 6 hours? For example, I don't think that's true. The quality of a sleep will certainly improve. So meditation studies have shown that the quality of sleep will improve. Sleep onset insomnia will improve. Like, so the people who are not able to sleep and toss and turn. Remember, we need to understand two different aspects. If you are in a bed from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. for example, but then the 3 hours you are spending with certain activities which you are not supposed to, then your sleep time, even your bedtime is 8 hours, your sleep time is only 5 hours, right? So because the people are not able to sleep for a longer time, so that sleep time probably cannot be improved, but the sleep onset, so sleep time can be improved if you improve the sleep onset insomnia, and the quality of sleep can be improved. So, it's a good idea to do a meditation. Now, one of my patients came to me and then same thing, that I'm not able to sleep. I said, okay, tell me your routine, what you do. So then he was saying that, okay, I go to bed at 10 and then I actually pray for 2.5 hours. So up until like 12 to 12:30 in the midnight, he will pray. I said, you shouldn't do that. He said, no, this is written in Bible. I said, no, I'm not objecting the Bible, but the bed is not a good time for the prayer. If you want to pray, pray in the prayer room, pray in the temple, and then come to the bedroom. Once you are in a bedroom, just you can do a little small chanting or something, and then you try to sleep, because you are prioritizing the prayer over the sleep. Then sleep won't happen. Prayer has to be in a prayer room, not in a bedroom. Okay, other question. Yes.
Sir, what is hyperinsomnia? And if you are bed and if someone has hyperinsomnia, what can be done?
So his question is, what is hypersomnia? Remember, hyper word in the medicine or in any science mostly is more. Hyper meaning by more. People are sleeping more. So one of the very important symptoms what we encounter is hypersomnia, and he is asking what can be done. So people are sleeping longer and longer, or people are sleeping. Now hypersomnia can be divided into the two major categories. The one is the one which happens due to the sleep apnea, which I was just telling, because your sleep, even though you think you are sleeping for 7 hours or 8 hours, so you are sleeping for a recommended duration, your brain is not sleeping. Your brain is getting awake multiple times in the night, so the next day you are feeling sleepy. That's hypersomnia. So in those cases, the sleep apnea needs to be understood, which is the most common cause of hypersomnia. So if I take 100,000 patients in my sleep clinic, probably majority of them have hypersomnia due to sleep apnea. And then sleep apnea needs to be corrected. Sleep apnea can be corrected with a therapy known as CPAP. So that's an important therapy by which we can improve the sleep apnea. Now there are people who have hypersomnia without sleep apnea. They don't have a sleep apnea, still they have a hypersomnia. And one of the disorder you might have heard known as a narcolepsy. Did you guys hear the word narcolepsy? So there are a lot of murder mystery movies from Hollywood actually are on a narcolepsy. Narcolepsy is a genetic disorder. Like somebody was asking me, so narcolepsy is a genetic disorder in which certain neurons in the brain which are producing this awakening substances, they will be lost. So narcolepsy usually manifests more in women compared to men, usually in a second or third decade. So for example, in your age group, between 20 and 30 years of age, so the people who are feeling significantly sleepy, without a sleep apnea, young people should be tested for a narcolepsy. I don't think that in India or in Ahmedabad anybody does a study to find out a narcolepsy, but there is a daytime sleep study is required for the understanding of narcolepsy. And those people can be given a stimulant medication to keep themselves awake. What can we do about it? Then it requires a challenging situation because there is no cure for it. It's a genetic disorder. Certain neurons in the brain are gone completely and will not be able to replace it. So that's those are the two things I will say are important causes of hypersomnia. Okay, any other? Yes.
પૂછતા પહેલા ફિલોસોફી જેવા તર્ક વાંચું છું તો ઘણીવાર કેવું થાય છે કે ઊંઘ આવતી નથી બરોબર. સર ફિલોસોફી જેવા તર્ક વાંચું, સુકરાતને વાંચું, ઓશોને વાંચું તો ક્યારેક એવા લોકો તર્ક આપે છે ત્યારે ઊંઘ છે આવતી નથી બરોબર. પણ સસેક્સ યુનિવર્સિટી ઇંગ્લેન્ડમાં છે એનું કેવું એવું છે કે 6 મિનિટ સુધી તમે વાંચો ને તો તમારો 70 થી 75% તણાવનો સમય છે એ ઘટી જાય છે. તો મારું માઇન્ડ છે કે આમાં બેલેન્સ થઈ શકતું નથી કે વાંચવું સારું કે ના વાંચવું સારું.
Right, so you can punch in your symptoms or you can do this thing and then you can do, okay, what can I do about it? Then you can also say, what can I do about it in India? What can I do it in Ahmedabad? Hopefully there will be data enough to answer those questions. As I said, there are sleep medicine physicians or there are sleep medicine practicing physicians. If the situation cannot be solved by one doctor, don't just be stagnant. Get an opinion of somebody else. There are a lot of things can be done very easily and it is not being done. So I'm trying to improve that part on the medical community. I'm giving those lectures and improving the awareness, but still there is a great scope to do that. Yes. Yes. So I think the yoke should go back to that guy. I think both of you have the same question. The Kumbhakarna might have actually the hypersomnia, like what he was saying. He might have narcolepsy or he might have some kind of there is another disorder in the same range of narcolepsy known as a idiopathic hypersomnia. Same, there are some genetic situations. We don't know why that exactly happens. That's why we are differentiating from narcolepsy to idiopathic hypersomnia. But Kumbhakarna might have some undiagnosed idiopathic hypersomnia syndromes. It is absolutely possible. એ જમાનામાં એ લોકો ફાઇન્ડ આઉટ નહીં કર્યું પણ I don't know what you want me to comment on. Suti Manas.
So very great and enlightening session. So my question is that my nanny used to say that if you cannot sleep at night, just have some warm milk or warm water with a spoon of ghee. So is it like really relevant or is it just a myth or it just works for only few people?
If it works, I don't think there is something wrong in the weak milk, right? Like there's nothing wrong in taking magnesium. That's okay. So I won't be much affected by taking the warm milk if it works. As I say that anything you do for the purpose of bringing the better sleep or sleep will not last longer. Then it will go away. So then for a few days or a few weeks or so, and you will say, oh wow, the warm milk improves the sleep. Warm milk improves the sleep. That's how you will train your brain unnecessarily in a wrong direction. Then ક્યારેક તમે દૂધ પીઓ ને પછી oh I did not drink milk, that's why I'm not able to sleep, and then this whole cycle will start, which is unnecessary. Remember, the sleep is a psychological, like the sir mentioned, sleep is a natural. Anything you do to induce the sleep may work for some time for the gentleman, maybe reading, for example, but it won't work eventually, like that's what exactly is saying. So it will reduce the stress, but then he's not able to sleep. Milk, if you are drinking for the purpose of inducing sleep, may work for the week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, then it won't work. Magnesium, same way, it may work for some time, then it may not work. So what I'm trying to say that you don't want to give any stimulus to the sleep. It should be natural, and it's like a law. Love cannot be forced to be done. Love has to happen, sleep has to happen. Yes. It is absolutely advisable to sleep in the anti-science college in the afternoon if the break allows. You can sleep, man. I won't take a lecture. You guys are all dismissed. And you can. So the people who are taking naps, for example, there are types of naps also. If you take a less than 30 minutes of nap, known as a short nap, if you take anywhere between 60 to 120 minutes, so 82 hours nap is considered long nap. Those who have no problem sleeping at night, naps, at least a short nap, may improve their functionality. We have a lot of studies to show that. The people who have a difficulty initiating or maintaining the sleep at night, they should not take a nap. Just to answer your question, sir.
Sir, what is the relation between dreaming and sleep? If you want to give any short.
People are still researching about dreaming significantly. So remember, I was telling that when we go in a sleep, we go from the very light sleep to intermediate sleep to deep sleep, then a REM sleep. So in the first cycle, you have probably 60 or 90 minutes of the non-REM sleep and maybe 20 minutes of the REM sleep. Then in a second cycle, you have 60 minutes of the non-REM sleep and 30 to 35 minutes of the REM sleep. When the night advances, so for example 4 AM in the morning, you may have a 30 minutes of a non-REM sleep, maybe an hour of a REM sleep. During the REM sleep, we get the dreams. So remember that normally whenever you remember any dreams, those dreams came up in the morning, because during the morning we have a more REM sleep, and that's why so as far as the second half of the question is considered, I don't think that I am aware of any study that the dreaming is bad or good. Or no dream. A lot of people say, oh, I don't dream. That is also not equivalent to anything. You can have a perfectly normal and a best sleep and you don't dream or you don't remember the dream. That's absolutely normal physiology. So I think the dreaming and the sleep quality, dreaming and sleep duration has no relation.
સાહેબ નાના બાળકોને ઘોડિયામાં નાખીએ ને મીચકો નાખીએ તો અવાજ મળો કંઈ ખાલડું ગાઈએ કાંઈ ગીત ગાઈએ તો એ સૂઈ રહે. મોટા થાય ત્યારે એમ આજુબાજુ અવાજ ન થાય તો નાના બાળકોને હું શું કહે કે એમ થાય આજુબાજુ સતત જો એમને નાખ્યો ઘોડિયા મીઠા ઉપર હલડું કરી સો તો એ નથી સૂતા એની કારણે.
I don't think a second half right છે કે તમે ખાલી ઘોડિયામાં નાખી દો અને હલડું ના ગાઓ તો એ નથી સૂતા એવું નથી. એ આપણું
સાહેબ ઠકવાડી દે.
possible absolutely કહેવા દે કે લોકો ઘોડિયામાં એટલે સૂઈ જાય કે આ બધું સાંભળવું એમને હોવું જોઈએ. કારણ કે આમાં શું થાય કે આપણે લગામ મંગેશકરના વોઇસમાં ગઈ ના શકે, કિશોર કુમારના વોઇસમાં ગઈ ના શકે. એટલે શું થાય છોકરાઓને એમ થાય સમ પોઈન્ટ કે છોડ દીધું. Normally in a pediatric age group, again sleep is developing. So initial part of that lage. Subsequently, whenever the lights are off, they usually it takes around 2 years. So in the first 2 years, the sleep rhythm is not yet developed. So this all happens after the 2 years. So and then the young kids, they require a longer time of the sleep. For example, a 5-year-old should actually sleep for 10 to 12 hours. The 7 or 9 years old person should sleep for 9 hours. So then definitely the duration, whatever we talked, was for the adult population, not for the pediatric age group. So eventually, once their sleep rhythm is developed, once their sleep in the brain is developed, it's like the babies are born and then they are developing. They are developing the walking rhythm, they are developing the sleeping rhythm. So once the sleep is fully established, it takes around 2 years, then they will be able to sleep without any stimulus, without any alarm. Yes.
Sir, thank you so
Oh, I
much.
saw people will do that.
I don't have a chance to take my question. Thank you so much. Sir, I have a question that some people sleep for 7 to 8 or 8 to 9 hours. But when they wake up, they do not feel fresh or they feel exhausted, they have severe headache. So what is the reason of it and how we can cure it? And it is related to food or which food habits we should implement our life to get good sleep.
So the first question, that the people who sleep for 7 or like 8 or 9 hours and still feel exhausted should definitely be evaluated. If that's so remember, what you can do is Google something known as a sleep diary or AASM, American Academy of Sleep Medicine sleep diary. Sleep diary is simply a paper. On that paper, document the time of a sleep next day. So what time did you sleep? What time are you awake? What time you actually were able to sleep? It's all approximations. So do that sleep diary for 4 or 5 weeks. In the 5 weeks of a time or a 6 week of a time, if the sleep time is consistently 8 hours or 9 hours and still people feel exhausted, then definitely you need to require a sleep medicine physician consultation. If that. Now the problem is that the majority of the time people will sleep for 8 hours or 9 hours for 2 days in a week. Maro son kai mada udhai. Every time he comes home from the campus, he will sleep probably 15 hours. Now sleep debt or sleep deprivation goes in a depth from. For example, I am supposed to sleep for 7 hours. Today if I sleep for 5 hours, I have a 2 hours of deficit. Tomorrow, I will sleep again for 5 hours. I have another 2 hours of deficit. So then I now generated 4 hours of cumulative debt. When I'm recapturing, when I'm recovering the sleep debt, up until I cover the previous debt, I am not going to feel great. So my son, when comes home during the weekend, he sleeps for 14 hours and then says, Dad, I'm not feeling well. But during the weekdays, he slept for 3 hours on an average in every night. Then he's not going to feel great by sleeping for 15 hours because he has a 45 hours of the sleep debt. It's like your mortgage payment. You don't pay the one installment, it will come with a more interest. So that's why people do not feel. So that's why the longitudinal track record is required. Like you do the study for 6 weeks or 8 weeks or so, and then your average sleep time is longer than 8 hours, still feel exhausted, needs to be evaluated for sleep apnea, needs to be evaluated for narcolepsy or hypersomnia or any other sleep disorder. As far as the second part is considered, what food can be helpful, we don't have a great data, but again, try to avoid the significantly sugary foods. Try to avoid the caffeine, nicotine in absolutely every form. Also for the people in a front couple of rows, આપણામાં એક પેલી ટેવ છે આ ચા પીવાની સાંજે, રાઈટ? સાંજે 4-5 વાગે એકવાર ચાનો ભૂકો ટીકાઈ દે, કઈ વાર રાત્રે ઊંઘ નથી આવતી. Tea has a tannin, which is a brother of caffeine, also one of the stimulant substance. Also remember, when we get older and older, the metabolism of caffeine and tannin goes down. So we also hear, oh, I used to drink 3 cups of Starbucks coffee and then I could still sleep. Yeah, but you are 30 years old. Now you are 60 years old. So then at 60 years of age, the caffeine metabolism is significantly slowed down. The effect of the caffeine in the body will last longer, so people are not able to sleep. So that would be, I will say, avoid those things, hopefully would be helpful for sleep. Yes? So symptoms are not. So he's asking the question that how sleep apnea can be diagnosed, what could be the most common symptom? Most common symptom of the sleep apnea is excessive daytime sleepiness. Some people can be asymptomatic, but the most common symptom is excessive daytime sleepiness. They will feel sleepy and exhausted. Hello? Guys? So the most common symptom is excessive daytime sleepiness. You cannot diagnose sleep apnea without a sleep study. So you must go for a sleep study. Once you have a sleep study which finds a sleep apnea, then it can be treated with something known as a CPAP. The CPAP is a machine forces the air with the pressure. So this passage is kind of choking up like a mechanical problem. The machine forces the air with the pressure, it will remain open. Yes.
In the market very apps like some wavelength effect the sleeps.
We have probably now, he's asking, are there any apps which can help inducing sleep?
Like a wavelength, any sound or wavelength.
Yeah, I know, yeah, there are probably, close to 1,000 different apps if you go in a different markets, either for a better sleep quality or sleep inducing situation. We haven't studied each of the app, but whatever the app we have studied in a good fashion, none of them works. One simple answer. Each app might have their own positive and negative situation. I cannot comment on it, but whatever the apps are studied has not shown in a longitudinal run that it does work for helping people sleep.
भारत माता की जय। Is there
nanomaterials bridging fundamental chemistry and sustainability. Now the thing is that why I am choosing this topic. So I would like to congratulate the organizers of the event. They can inspire me to take this kind of topic or this kind of audience. The theme of this, if you read the brochure carefully, you can find the theme of this event. The theme is addressing the global challenges through synergetic integration of fundamental and interdisciplinary chemical knowledge. Now there are some words which are very, very, very important nowadays. You can see there are sustainability. It is a word which is frequently used nowadays in the science fraternity. Okay. Same way, integration and interdisciplinary work is also very, very important. As per the new education policy 2020, they are emphasized on the interdisciplinary work. So this is the reason why I am choosing this topic. Now, why this theme matters? So there are some sort of global challenges are there, and to address them is very, very important. I took 3 of the problems from them. One is scarcity of clean water. Another is emergency of the sustainability and energy and environmental degradation. Because see, in 1974, મને તો ખબર નથી પણ સરને ખબર હશે મૂવી આવી તો રૂટી કપડા મકાન. Okay, so એ વખતે એ scarcity હતી, but nowadays if you see the scenario right now, these 3 points are very, very essential for the human beings, and we are going to about the scarcity of those things. So first, scarcity of water. How can we control that we are in the middle of the scarcity of water? Okay, why we know like that? Because we know that in Ahmedabad itself, surroundings, we are surrounded with the many kind of industries. They are making n number of kind of water effluents, and they dumping on the river side, which are the potable waters are there. So there are many chemical species are there, dyes, metal, pharmaceutical, pesticides, which make a strong bond with some kind of nature element, and which are not able to remove by some sort of absorption and surface chemistry kind of a process. Okay, and even though also we have to look after the molecular control, molecule by molecule we are not able to remove it. So being a chemistry person, what can we do for the water purification? So we have to understand the absorption thermodynamics. We have to understand the surface and interfacial chemistry. We want to understand the redox and photochemical reaction, and we also know about the molecular control system. How can we specifically remove specific kind of element from the water effluents? That we have to know. Second is sustainable energy. Now see, it is kind of like we can say that the peak of the iceberg. Okay, हमको छोटा सा दिखता है ऊपर, which is the increasing energy demand. But beneath it, there are many things: fossil fuel dependency, resource depletion, climate change, energy insecurity, sustainable energy implement. All these are the subsequent factors of this other demand of the green energy or sustainable energy. Nowadays, you maybe heard the news about Venezuela. Yes. Right? वो क्यों हुआ? Due to the energy. Okay. It may be one of the cause. So what is the role of chemist to some sort of nullify of this kind of thing? So we can generate some kind of photocatalyst by the simple chemistry for the solar to chemical energy conversion. We can also generate the energy conversion materials. We can also make some green chemistry, reduce environmental footprints. We can also make certain kind of catalyst for the fuel cells and hydrogen production, which can convert, we can give us the green energy. Third one is there are n number of factors for the environmental degradation, industrialization, increase the pollution and chemical accumulation, uncontrolled reactions, inefficient resource of the use, chemical stability, etc. So we have to deal with this also. So again, for that purpose, we have to understand some sort of things which we discussed previously. Now, see, although chemistry has always been a central to its transformation. Without the knowledge of chemistry, we are not able to understand any kind of molecule. Okay, but the thing is that only chemistry is not useful nowadays. along with the chemistry, because these problems we have faced today, such as polluted water, environmental degradation, energy scarcity, are more complex than rather than traditional textbook patterns. Okay, whatever we read, whatever we learn in the classroom, okay, it is very simplified thing, but practically these problems are very complex. Okay, to solve this kind of complex problem, we need some interdisciplinary work, like it involves chemistry, physics, biology, engineering, and even data science, and should be working together. So for that purpose, in this scenario, nanomaterials are very good. What are the nanomaterials? I know you are very well about the nanomaterials, types of nanomaterials, synthesis of nanomaterials, so that's why I am not giving much insight on that part. But I would like to just show this definition. Nanomaterials are defined as a chemical substance which has at least one dimension in the nano size, 1 to 100 nanometer. Okay, but along with that, I would like to say that nanomaterials are the meeting point of all this kind of discipline. Like nanomaterials sit at the intersection where chemistry meets physics, biology, and engineering. Now, how it be possible? So, see, in nanomaterials, are dependent on the chemical bonding, chemical interaction. It is also dependent on the quantum physics. It is also dependent on some toxicity and environmental issue. It is also dependent, if you want to scale up it, we need the knowledge of engineering. So that's why we can say that nanomaterials is kind of the intersection of all these kind of sciences. So again, how nanomaterials can address those three issues? So due to such a kind of a property of nanomaterial, like a surface dominated chemistry, right? We know that the simple principle, if the surface area is more, molecule is more reactive. Okay, so nanomaterials have that kind of specific property. Second is tunable electronic structure. See, according to the size depend, the electronic property of the material has been changed. It is also one quality of the nanomaterial. Third one is enhanced interface interaction. Nanomaterials make certain kind of metal organic frameworks. It may be coupled with the organic ligand and give it selective applications. Next is accelerated reaction kinetics. Next is selective chemical functionality and resource efficient and sustainability chemistry. So these are specific points which in the nanoparticle, and that's why they can address this kind of problems. Now, there is some history roots of the nanomaterials. See, still you can say that nanomaterials like a growing field, and there are n number of research journals based on nanomaterials. If you're working on nanomaterials, our research paper will be published very soon. That kind of myth we have, but nanomaterial is not myth. Nanomaterial is some history. In 2500 BC, in ancient Egypt, they are using lead sulfate nanocrystals to making the hair dye. Then in Roman Empire, so very well known example. You may be many times Hercules cup use gold silver nanoparticle to change the color based on light detection. Then in Islamic world, they are using some silver and gold copper nanoparticle for pottery. Then in Middle Age also, they can use certain kind of a silver and gold nanoparticle for the vibrating to wearing stained glasses. And you can also find out some of the references to make a plate that are enforced with the cement nanowires in Damascus. These are some historic roots. But whenever we are looking about the historic roots, we forget India. Okay, every time we look at the foreign, look at the base world and referring their historical values. But it is not like that. Nanomaterial is India also. There are many reference books we have which is based on the Asian chemistry. And there are many quotes, many shlokas are there which can refer to today's nanomaterial. I can take some of them. There is one very good book, very good run. It is called the Rasa Rachna Samuchaya, which is written by Mark Butler in the 12th and 13th century CE. So there are some quotes, I take in English conversion, it may be helpful to find out the relation of the nanomaterial, which is our grantha. So first is Sanskare Karya Manestu Guna Doshaya Dharate. It means processing property relationship. So see, it is a simple logic principle is that when you process some kind of material, its property are going to be changed. It is already written over there. Second is Marane Radhu Tattva. cha sukshmatvam cha prajayate. So maybe you know some basic of the nanomaterial, the synthesis process, there is one top-down process, there is one bottom-up process. So it indicates the top-down process in which there is a big molecule, we are cutting down it and we will be come into the nano size. So it is also written over there. Next is Manaspati Rase Siddha Dhatu Dosha Vivajitam. It means it gives the concept of hybrid concept of green synthesis. Nowadays, many researchers work on that. They take some leaf extract, some root extract, some stem extract at a liquid for reducing region and make a certain kind of nanoparticle. Then Yogvahi Tadravyam Yanasya Purmantinam. It indicates the targeted drug delivery. Who are working in the field of medicine, they are very well aware about this targeted drug delivery. Then Pute Shitaye Sthul Bhav. Put means muffle furnace. Maybe you are aware about the muffle furnace. So it indicates that if we repeat it, reduce the crystal size. Then Shukshma Latusaram Sharaksha Apurvam Deva Cha Rekha Purnam Varam Bhasma Vignane Parikitani. It gives the ideal property of the nanoparticle. Apart from this book, there are another book also, Rasatnakara, which is written by the Nagarjuna in the 7th and 9th century CE. He made one quotation, Sanskar Gurarartham. It means when we take any molecule, if we process it like as doping, like as calcination, like as sulfur functionalization, it can change its properties. Next, Shukshmi Bhute tu Dravye Tare Shigram Pravate. Simple logic. If surface area increases, it will become more reactive, if the kinetic energy will be more. So it is written over there. Again, Utpake Satvana Maram Parikirtinam Bhasma Bhavam Sampanam Cha Puna Dhartam Vajrate. It gives information about the Bhasma. You may be heard there is Suvarna Bhasma and Rajat Bhasma in our Asian philosophy. Bhasma are in the nano size Bhasma also. If we control heating, metal undergo calcination, attaining the state of Bhasma, they never revert again to the metallic part of it. There is another book written by the Nagarjuna itself, Kasputa Tantra, in which he gives some more shlokas which is based on the nanomaterial. Then Charak Samhita, very well known granth of the Ayurveda, which is originally written by the Acharya Agnimisha and then edited by the Acharya Charak. There also they put some words like Yata Sukshmam Tata Shigra Vyapi. It means function over size surface dominance. Then Sanskaro Hi Gunantara Dhan Muchete. It means see nowadays we are not able to take API like as it is. You may be heard about the API formulation, right? Yes or no? Last bench. Yes. So we are not able to take API as it is. We have to formulate it. So for formulation, we have to follow this kind of rule. Then Sukshma Marga Dosari Vini Ravyani Shikram Bhavate. Again, nano drug gives information about the nano drug delivery. Another book, Vaishvik Sutra, which is written by the Maharishi Kanad in 15600 BC. Dravyani Kuruka Vibhavya Thulani Utpati. Again, it gives the information about the bottom-up approach of the nanoparticle synthesis. And last one is Bodha and Shalva Sutra. It also gives the information about the downside reduction of the animal material. So we also have that kind of a historical database with us, with this kind of book, which is related with the nanoparticle. And this, it is also maybe a very good research area nowadays. Yes. So again, come to the nanoparticle. What are the fundamental bases of nanoparticle? Fundamentals behind the nanoparticle. So nanoparticles are not important just because of size, but along with the size, that materials behave differently. That is the importance of the nanoparticle. When materials are reduced in the nanometer dimension, their physical and chemical property change significantly. So the size controls property. That is the basic things of the nanometer. So the first point, basic fundamental is surface chemistry dominance. So see, I can give some example. At the nanoscale, a large fraction of atoms are the surface. And this dramatically changes reactively absorption and interaction with the molecules. For example, if you take the gold, now see, gold in the bulk form is the kind of inert material. Okay, but that same gold when we convert into the nano, it will become a highly reactive material, even though if the size of those gold nanoparticle less than 5 nanometer, it will be used as a catalyst. This material, like as inert in the bulk state, it will be used as a catalyst in the nano state. If the gold nanoparticle size is between, like you can say like 50 to 100 nanometer, it will be used as a very good sensing material for many kind of biomolecules as well as toxic elements. Second example, silver nanoparticles. Silver nanoparticles, like basically silver, again it's a kind of inert material, but when it converts into the nano size, it gives certain kind of antibacterial activity. So again, what is the key concept? The concept is surface atoms have unsaturated bonds, high energy and more reactive. This is the first fundamental basic thing in the nanomaterial. Second is quantum effect and size dependent property. So see, when the size of the material is reduced or increased, along with that size, and electron energy levels became a discrete in the nanoscale. That discretion we cannot get in the bulk material, we can get only in the nanomaterial, nanoscale size. And in the nanoscale size also, it is dependent on the size. See, I give some example of this quantum dots which is made by the CDSC. Okay, now you can see there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 examples I give. Each size are different, and that's why it gives certain different kind of photoluminescence effect. The color are different. Now you can see the difference of size. First one is 2 nanometers, second one is just 2.5 nanometers. So in the 0.5 nanometer difference also you can get some different kind of activity, different kind of a property of the material. Okay, so small nanoparticles emit size-level fluorescence. The reason is that when smaller dots are there, higher band gaps is there, and it emits the blue light. Reverse it, when there is a higher dots are there, the band gap will go down and it emits a red kind of a light. Okay, so this is another basic thing. Okay, when we convert bulk material to the nano size, it can also turn into the electronic property, electronic transition of the material, and that's why we get some different kind of a novel activity through those nanomaterials. Again, it can also affect on the magnetic property. The quantum effects and the electronic transitions are also affect on the magnetic property of the material also. Like, see, iron oxide Fe3O4. Basically, it's a paramagnetic material in the bulk scale. But when we convert this thing into the nano size, it will become a super magnetism. It behaves like a super magnetism, and that's why due to that property, it will be used for the MRI contrasting agents. Okay, so it gives its application when it converts into the nano size. Third most important thing in the case of nanomaterials, the third fundamental rule is high surface area gives a high reactivity. So example, see, nowadays there are n number of papers, n number of papers you can found of the metal oxide nanoparticles. Okay, and those metal oxide nanoparticles are not easily soluble into any kind of solvent, they are remaining the solid, but those nanoparticles, due to their size and due to their higher surface area, are very, very important for the removal of industrial effluent, so dyes from the industrial effluent. Effectively, we can get almost more than 90% of removal ratio when we are using this kind of nanoparticles. So high surface area, more active sites, and that's why more reaction takes place. The same principle we can applicable for the catalyst domain also, nano catalyst domain also. Then second is carbon-based nanomaterials. Nowadays, these carbon-based nanomaterials are highly used. Graphene-based nanomaterials are very routine right nowadays. Carbon nanotubes. So they also absorb the heavy metals or dye effectively due to the large surface area and functional groups. So fundamental chemistry at the nanoscale is, if we summarize those 3-4 slides into one. So this is the summary. Okay, the three things are very, very important when we convert this many bulk molecules to nanomolecules, like surface effect, quantum confinement, and high surface area. Surface effect increase the surface reactivity, and due to that reactivity, any inert metal can be given as a catalyst. Second is quantum confinement. It discrete energy levels, due to this discrete energy levels, and due to this discrete energy levels, we can get different kind of optical property of same kind of nanoparticle. Third one is high surface area. So when the extreme heat, we can get the high surface area, absorption and catalysis effect will be go up. Okay, and many materials who are not behave as a adsorbent or catalyst in its bulk form, it behave as a catalyst and adsorbent material in the nano form. So these are some examples, and then application in the nano like as sensor, biometric, water treatment, bound basic coatings, etc., etc., etc. So basic thing, classification of nanoparticle or nanomaterial. You may be, I know you know this like okay, there are two kinds of classification based on dimension and based on composite material. Okay, but just we have to refer it again. Based on dimension, there are 4 again subtypes: 0, 1, 2, and 3 dimensions. So what is mean by 0 dimension? So there are 3 dimensions of any kind of a molecule. All 3 dimensions are in the nano, then it will be considered as a 0 dimension, like a fullerene, which is a very important organic molecule, quantum dots, spheres, etc. Second is one-dimensional nanoparticle. So it means that one of the 3 dimensions is in a nano size. Okay, it will be considered as, sorry, 2 of the size in the nano, it will be considered as a one-dimensional, like nanowires, nanorods, nanotubes, carbon molecules, etc. 2-dimensional, it's graphene, nanofilms, nanoplates, nanolayers, and nanocoatings, and the 3-dimensional. So in 3-dimensional, it's a bit tricky. In the 3-dimensional nanoparticle, nano composite itself, it is not in the nano size. They are in the micro size, but some of the components in that composite material are in the nano size. That's why they are considered as a 3-dimensional nanomaterials. Okay, so there are some examples of graphene, diamonds, bulk powder, some composite material of metal and biomass. All are common in this 4th category. Yes. Next one is based on composition. So it is more important. This side is more important for the chemist. Okay, like first one is carbon-based material. So if we want to make certain kind of carbon-based material, nanomaterial, what we have to focus? We have to focus on the example of carbon nanotubes. We have to refer in some research paper about fullerenes. We have to refer in some research work about the carbon nanowires, carbon nanorods, etc. Carbon dots, etc. Next is metal-based nanoparticles. So all the metal and metal oxide nanoparticles are come under this category. There are various synthesis process for development of this kind of a nanomaterial. Third one is dendrimers. So these kind of nanoparticles are widely used nowadays in the pharmaceuticals. Okay, for the targeted delivery and controlled delivery. So it is made by the nanopolymers. Like some of the biodegradable polymers are there, and they are used as anti-oxidating agent for any drug, and maybe it can change its release process. So that may be helpful. So that is the third category, kind of dendrimers. And last one is composite material. So when we took any 2 nanomaterial and make together it, that is called the composite material, like as Al2O3 into silica and MgO2 silica. So being a chemist, this is more important for us, which kind of nanoparticles we have to develop, and accordingly which kind of literature work we have to do. So if you see the synthesis overview of the nanoparticle, so there are various kind of synthesis of the various kind of nanoparticles. As we discussed, based on composite, there are 4 types of nanoparticles. So that's why the synthesis mechanism also somewhat different. Like first one, metal nanoparticles. There are n number of papers of metal nanoparticles, but the principle is very simple. It is from our own chemistry. Okay, it is not like कहीं बाहर से कोई जादू नहीं करना. हम तो लैब में काम करते हैं वही है. Simple reduction process. अब यहाँ पे I hope सबको reduction process का तो पता होगा. Okay, so simple reduction process we can make the metal nanoparticle. If we take any reducing agent like NABF4 or plant extract also, it can easily reduce this kind of a metal, silver, gold, and platinum into its nanoparticles. So, and those nanoparticles are used as the sensor. So first synthesis process, what we have to focus. See, we can use different metal salts for different reducing agent in the combination and or cross combination to develop various kind of metal nanoparticles. I just give you one example of it, which is very common. Second is metal oxide nanoparticles. So metal oxide nanoparticles are made by the soil gel method. यहाँ पे soil gel method सबने सुना होगा, right? Again, it's a very old chemistry, but we are not thinking on that direction. That's why we feel that the nanoparticle, nanomaterial बनाना बहुत बड़ा काम है. So it is not like that again. We can use some hydrolysis process, okay, and soil gel process to make it. Along with that, poor precipitation reaction also helpful to develop this kind of a metal oxide nanoparticle. Then next is polymeric nanoparticle. So you all know about the emulsion. Physical chemistry में हमने सबने पढ़ा है about the emulsion. Okay. So emulsion chemistry takes place over there when we want to prepare this polymeric nanoparticle. Like ion duration, we can take some polymers like PL, GH, Etosan, etc. to make those kind of nanoparticles. Then ocean hybrid nanoparticle. So it gives a combination. Let me take two different kind of nanoparticles, and one became as a core, one became as a shell. Okay. So it's a kind of coating technique of the nanoparticles. So that kind of nanoparticle we can find out. And last one is green biogene nanoparticles. When we are using any kind of a biomolecule or any kind of a plant extract, at that time and develop the nanoparticles, that process is considered under the green biogenic nanoparticle development. So, but all together we can say that each and every method is focused on the size, shape, control, and surface functionalization of the nanoparticle. When this, if we want to tune the nanoparticle, we have to change the shape and size of the nanoparticle. We can get different applications of this. See, ma'am, first, calibration. First answer is here. So, if we develop the nanoparticle, that's a very big question. How can we characterize it? Now, color transformation is okay. If some complex has been made, like nickel के अंदर DMT nickel का बना है तो भी complex बनेगा, color develop होगा. Is it in nano or not? That is a very big question. So there are several characterization techniques for that, like to define the size and shape and morphology. We can use TEM, STM, transmission electron microscopy, scanning electron microscopy for that. Even for the size determination, we can also use the dynamic light scattering instrument, which gives the hydrodynamic size of the nanoparticle. Then for the crystal structure, if you want to find out the structure of the nanoparticle, we can use XRD. If you want to find out the surface chemistry, we can go for the FTIR, we can go for the XPS also. If you want to find out the surface charge, what is the charge of, like what is the superficial charge of a nanoparticle, we can go for the zeta potential thermogravimetric analysis. If you go for the, if you want to find out the magnetic property, we go for the DSM. If you want to find out the optical property, like simple UV visible spectrophotometer and fluorescent spectrophotometers are very, very helpful to determine the nature or characterization of nanoparticles. Now, second thing Madam asked is that whether the nanoparticle remain stable or not. For that purpose, we have to use certain kind of additional, like in pharmaceutical drugs. As I told you, we are not able to take an API directly. Okay, we need certain kind of excipients for that to remain stable and take according to the dose. Same way for the nanoparticle also, we need some add-ons that are called as surfactants. So if we use certain kind of a natural or synthetic surfactant, it can enhance the life of the nanoparticle with same tunable property. So that's all about the basic of the nanoparticle. Now I will just little bit give the overview of my research lab. I am in Central University of Gujarat. Right now we are situated at the Kundela nearby Vadodara. So in my research lab, my research area is we are doing some study of the functional nanomaterials for the sensing and absorption application. So I can say that I have two research areas: chemical sensing and chemical absorption. Second, what is the scientific importance of this? So there is a need of efficient detection and remediation of pollutants and biological analysis. That's why I choose this topic as my research area. And what is our objectives when we are working in our lab? So it is develop nano-adsorbent for effective removal of contamination, development of nanosensors for highly selective pollutants and biomolecule detection, and explore, most important is third one, explore its real-world applications. Because nowadays, if we do a number of synthetic work in our lab, and number of nano development work in our lab, but if it is not useful for the humanity, for the society, it is not helpful for us. So that's why our attempt is that we are going to explore some real world applications through our research. So I just give you some example what kind of work we are doing over there. First, about the nanoadsorbent, as you all know that there are many kind of dyes, crystal violet, ultraviolet, different dyes are there which are dumping in the water bodies without any kind of permission, and it creates many kind of disease in the human also. Okay, so our first work is based on that. We are developing certain kind of nanoadsorbent. The thing is that initially the conventional nanoadsorbents are there, which again the size are matters. They are not in the nano size, they are in the bulk size, so they are not as effective as nanoparticles. Second thing is that now if we use any metal oxide nanoparticles, which are widely used for the dye removal activity, but it became costly, it is not commercial, it is not feasible commercially. Second thing, its regeneration efficiency is very low. So to address this problem, what we do, we make certain kind of a biomass metal oxide based nanocomposite material, in which we take the importance of both kind of material in for our application. So in this work we take, in the first work we take some banana peel. Okay, and I extract over there. So we take that banana peel, okay, as biomass, and we make some nanocomposite. We develop nanocomposite in a two-way. First is in situ nanocomposite. First is in situ nanocomposite, in which we can take the precursor of metal salt. For example, I would like to make a metal oxide nanoparticle, so I have to take some metal salt over there, which is based on the magnesium. Okay, and along with biomass. And then we mix it, and we again go for the some kind of hybrid soldier method. We add some ways for the precipitation, then we put into the oven, then we put into the bubble furnace, calculating it, then we can get some nanoparticles. So that's considered as an in situ process. Second way of the synthesis is ex situ composite material, so in which we take the ready-made nanomaterial. It means we separately made magnesium oxide nanoparticle or metal oxide nanoparticle, and separately take this biomass material, mix it together, stirring it for the few hours, then put it into the oven, then put it into the bubble furnace for calcium. So these are the two ways for the making of this kind of a biocomposite material. Then we use both of this material to find out its effectiveness on the removal of dye. So as a model we take as a pilot project, we take a methylene blue as a model dye in our case, and we make four kind of material. Like first one is this A is the biomass without any kind of add-ons of this nanomaterial. Second is magnesium oxide nanoparticle without any add-on of the biomass. Third is in situ material, in which we take the metal precursor and mix with the biomass. And fourth one is ex situ composite, in which we take ready developed metal oxide nanoparticles. And we take around 5 to 10 milligrams of this composite, add some dyes in it, stirring for just 30 minutes, and we found some results. We can do the analysis with the UV, and we found that ex situ nanocomposites are highly effective. It gives almost 100% of the removal of 100 ppm of the dye. So the results are there. Then we go for the characterization. We take the samples of that, and we found that why ex situ nanocomposite is effective and in situ nanocomposite not effective. So you can see that. You can see that in B and C, you can compare the images C and E. In C, you can say that metal oxide nanoparticles are not well dispersed into the layer of this biomass, and that's why they are not as effective as the well dispersed ex situ nanoparticles. Then we go for the further characterization like XRD, and FTIR, and find out whether they are like just kind of physical mixture or some kind of composite. So that exercise we do from the XRD and FTIR. Then we go for the batch absorption process, in which we use a one factor at a time process, in which we take 4 variables. Among that 4 variables, one should be remaining 3 should remain constant, that is for one factor at a time. So we can get some result, and if we take the 20 results are, if we take the 20 milligram of this nanocomposite, and the process time is 30 minutes, and we take the pH of the solution is around 7.6, and so from that material we can remove around 100 ppm of methylene blue dye in just 30 minutes. So that's sort of result we get from the batch absorption. Then we put this work for the, we prepare some manuscript and submit somewhere else. And then we will give some comment. Okay, how can you decide this one factor of it? How can you set the factors? And he suggests us do some RSM exercise which may be helpful for you. Then I go for this response surface methodology exercise. We are using Design Expert software. It is freely available. You can use for dissertation purpose also. Totally freely available. Okay. So in which we have to put the range of this optimization parameter. For example, I take 3 optimization parameters: dose, concentration, and time. So I put the dose between 50 to 30 milligrams. Okay. I put the concentration between 25 to 120 ppm. I take the time from 3 minutes to 30 minutes. So these 3 minutes to 57 minutes. So these are my range of the optimization parameters. I just feed into that software, and accordingly it will set the number of runs, number of experiments, and give the result. And from that result, we get the analysis of the table, and from the F value of that, you can see the F value. This one. So maximum F value. It means if this model is suitable for this exercise. F value indicate आप लोगों ने पढ़ा होगा शायद analytical chemistry में statistical part आता है. In that we are learning about the F value, P value, okay. So that is F value over here. And then last is P value. So it is the lower side. It means that whatever model is select, CCD model is select, and that model is suitable for this analysis. Okay. And also we can get the R square is more than 0.9995. The standard deviation is more than 995. So it supports our all the results. Then we go for some kind of absorption isotone study. What we learn in the physical chemistry. देखिए नया कुछ नहीं है यहाँ पे. Chemistry में हमने physical chemistry में सब कुछ सीखा हुआ है. It is the way how can we implement those things into our research work. That is the key part. Okay, so we take that same over absorption isotones mechanism for our analysis. We perform Langmuir and Sundich isotones. We found that our process is more suitable for the Sundich, and we can get some idea. Okay, if our process follows the Sundich absorption isotone, it means the surface of the material, it's not the homonuclear, it's heteronuclear. Some different kind of atoms are there, and which is absolutely right for our case. We make a metal oxide and biomass together, so it supports our result. Second is when we go for the kinetics, use a pseudo second order operation is more suitable for us. It means whatever process is going there, it is due to some kind of chemical absorption, some kind of chemical interaction is there. So based on this work, we can make our conclusion that the possible mechanism it may be the pi setting, it may be the hydrogen bonding from all the characterization reports, and also we check the efficiency into multiple cycles of this absorbent material. We found that up to 5 cycles it gives the removal almost 80% of the time. Okay, and this work is already published in journal by our students. Second similar kind of work we are doing, but now we are changing our way. We are taking coconut coil, and now we have idea that XC2 composite is more efficient than the in-situ composite material. So that's why we take direct we make the in-situ composite material. But in this time we take 2 different metal ions, because of 2 different metal ions, copper and nickel. So we make the nanomaterial of copper oxide and nickel oxide, and make the composite material along with it with the coconut coil. And this is a synthesis procedure. This is the absorption experiment setup is there. These are some calibration data. The more interesting things are. So then we also do the band absorption process from both sides. Here we take the 2 different dyes, cationic dye and anionic. Cationic dye is the crystal violet, and anionic dye we can take ultraviolet. So both of them we take. We would like to check that whether our nanocomposite is only useful for the cationic dye. That's why we take anionic dye also. So we found some result that anionic dye also removes almost 89% And cationic dyes also remove around 98% of the oil. So then we do certain optimization. These are the results before and after absorption. We do certain kind of bench absorption exercise. Isotope for the soap. Now, you can see clearly that for the crystal oil, which is the cationic dye, the model, isotope model which is followed, it's a proof fish. Okay, ये सब याद रखना, आगे काम आएगा. ठीक है, it follows the proof fish model, right? And the allura, the second one, allura, which is the anionic dye, it's also follows proof fish model. Okay, but this is the activity when we do some kind of a sequential analysis. It means एक बार मैंने crystal violet से किया काम पूरा, second time मैंने allurite से किया, दोनों को साथ में किया. But when you think about the real condition of the industrial effluent, there are n number of dye are mixed with each other. There are many cationic dye, many anionic dye. So now we have to investigate that thing. How this our composite materials behave when there are multiple nature dyes are there. So that's why we do this point of view charge experiment. From this point of view charge experiment, we can find that at what pH, what is the charge of your adsorbent? For example, we get the result around 5. Means if the pH of the medium is less than 5, the surface of the material is positively charged. If the pH is greater than 5, then the surface is negatively charged. So it gives the insight that if pH is down, it means positive charge is there. So negative positive attract, it means at that time anionic dye may be easily removed by this thing. And vice versa, when there is a point of zero charge is more, like pH is more than point of zero charge, at that time cationic dye will be removed. But when we do the experiment, we can get some different results. Yes, like this. See, you can see that pH around pH 2 or 3. Both of dye remove maximum. So it will be okay in the case of allura. Okay, it's a negative dye, anionic dye is there, positive surface is there, easy interaction is there, and dye is removed. But in the case of crystal violet, how it's possible? Because crystal violet is a cationic dye, positive charge, surface is positive. How those are interact with each other at that time, and how removal take place? So we further investigate, and we found some new research gap. Again, we do some kind of literature work. And we are going to address this work. We designed some experiments, set some experimental conditions, but the most important is interaction analysis, in which we are using the RQ value, which is called the absorption capacity. Then there are binary absorption system is there. So the R value, when the RQ value is greater than 1, it means if there is multiple system is there, one system supports another system for the absorption. When RQ value is less, it means both have competing nature. So दोनों रेस कराएगा कौन पहले absorb होगा. Okay. So this things again these are old physical chemistry concepts. This is all not new. Okay. So then we, according to the literature, we did some kind of experiment in the presence of constant concentration of allura dye, which is an anionic dye. We can vary the crystal violet dye, and vice versa experiment we can do. We can find so we found that when we take allura as a constant and crystal violet as a very material, the RQ value is more than 1 in each case. We take some it means allura gives help for the removal of crystal violet. Okay, and based on that, at the pH 2, if the retain the pH, it will not affect. That's a pH also better. We set some mechanism like that. in the individual cyclical absorption, according to its electric point it will behave. But after when we take minor system, initially acidic pH, aluronic negative dye is absorbed, but it makes a certain layer which is facilitate the absorption of crystal line. So it is called a co-absorption process. And this is the proposed mechanism for us. These are the causes so just this is what I can just show the tricks of it. We can make some sensor. Yes, there is the absorption part. Now the sensor part, we can make some sensor for the pesticides. We take some model pesticides and we do some simple kind of mechanism. Like you can see that there is a silver coat and particle gauge. It is covered by the system and the amino acid, together sulfide group and nitroglyceric. And then we take that pesticide, PMP pesticide, it will be interact with each other and change the optical property of nanoparticle. So when it is in the form of nano, it's a ruby red color. When it aggregate, it will be converted into the pure. That's why its UV is also differentiated. So that kind of work we also do. Then we do some sensitivity study, stability study, selectivity study, all the analysis. This work also published in some good journal. So this sort of work we are doing. And I will so this is the conclusion of this talk. Like nanoscale have a unique property to depend on the size and shape. The synthesis process of nanocell is very simple. It is based on a simple, small synthesis mechanism of chemistry only. And there are n number of characteristics of the nanoparticle. But always it has interdisciplinary relevance. Without interdisciplinary work, nano I won't go further. And based on that, the takeaway of this talk is mastery of the nanoscale chemistry and characterization is crucial for innovative and sustainable nanotechnology solution, which is exactly matched with the title of this seminar. And just one minute, I would like to say that today is the 12th January. And it is, you can say that the birthday of Swami Vivekananda. So I would like to conclude this talk with its thoughts on the science. So I read somewhere in there is an article, it's based on Swami Vivekananda and science. It is written by Sri Jayant Saraswati in a great Vilan Bhaskapati 2020-21. And in this article, he quotes the Swamiji's idea about the science. Swamiji told that science is nothing but the finding of unity. As soon as science would reach perfect unity, it would stop from further progress because it would reach to goal. Like as chemistry would not progress further when it would discover one element out which all other could be made. In the same way, physics would stop when it would be able to fulfill the services of in the discovery of energy, which is used for all kind. But science is not stopped. Okay, why science is not stopped? The reason is that it is through multiplicity and duality that is the unity of the science. It is reached, and this is the goal of science. So it means कि ऐसा बोलना चाहते हैं कि अकेला जो chemistry वो भी आगे नहीं जा पाएगा, physics भी आगे नहीं जा पाएगा. अगर हमको अच्छा research करना है तो we have to do some research work. Again, it is related with the conference thing. Thank you so much.
Any question? Yes, please.
Sir, just to ask, like you are using a metal oxide nanoparticles, right? But instead of that, if you use a silica base or a silica functionalized mesoporous material, then as comparatively it's a large surface area, so it can be helpful for you.
Definitely it will be helpful. Definitely.
So you use or you didn't?
We are not working on that.
Direction to nanoparticle in our body, suppose medicine is to be targeted on liver cells. So how to keep direction?
there is a concept of targeted drug delivery in the field of nanoparticles. I am not much know about the liver targeted delivery. I have some information about the cancer targeted delivery. Now see, in the mechanism of cancer, the cells are glucose hungry. Okay, cell needs glucose more and more. Because there are some cancer cells, they need glucose more and more. Okay, so at that time, if you take a certain kind of formulation which is covered by glucose, it will be directly targeted towards the cancer cell rather than the normal cell. Because the normal cell have other tendency to separate the glucose. Cancer cell cannot make it glucose directly, they need the glucose. By that way, by the coupling of specific ligand and specific functional group, we can target any medicine towards the disease field. Yes, because it is very good for our body fluid also. It is very big, easily mixed with our body fluid. Yes, sir.
Is 1 to 100 nanometer. In the case of the biomolecules and polymeric nanomaterials, so it is reported that the nano size can be considered up to 1000 nanometers. So that should be included in the nanomaterial.
Sir, yes, sir. As I told you, there are different dimensions of the nanomaterial: 0, 1, 20. The third dimension of the nanomaterial clearly shows that when you have some nanocomposites which have a more size than the 100 nanometers, but some of the part of that molecule is in the nano size. That's why we are considering that as a nanomaterial or nanocomposite. So in the case of the dendritos, in the case of the polymeric nanoparticle, we take that.
Second thing that you have mentioned, the absorption of the dye. So is it actually utilized on the dyes are utilized in the laboratory, or you have taken the information on some industrial?
Sir, initially when we designed the experiment, at that time we purchased the dye from the market and we use that dye. But after we find out the real world application, we collect some water effluents from the industrial area and we collect the data.
Have you gone through the large scale synthesis? Thank you, sir.
Sir, words are not enough to express our gratitude. Thank you very much for sharing your valuable knowledge with us. According to sir, એક વાર બહુ સરસ કીધી મને એનો ઉલ્લેખ કરવો છે. According to sir, the roots of nanotechnologies can be traced back our ancient culture. The references we gave from various scriptures such as Nagarjuna, Charak Samhita, Suvarnabhashma, Maharshi, Bodhayan. Really, sir, all scriptures were truly interesting and informative. Once again, thank you very much, sir, on behalf of MD Science Institute and on behalf of team of Chemistry Department. Thank you, sir. And now it's the time for 10th lunch. After lunch, break 1 કલાકનો છે. એ પછી ઓરલ પ્રેઝન્ટેશન અને તમારા પોસ્ટર પ્રેઝન્ટેશન માટે મેડમ સૂચના આપે. વિનાબેન.
First of all, I want to thank Dr. Sandeep Joshi. He accepted our invitation immediately and came over here for delivering the lecture on nanotechnology. Nanotechnology is the emerging topic, but sir started his talk from the root of the chemistry and how the simple oxidation reduction processes are useful to generate nanoparticles, how we can involve physical chemistry into it. So one can find the root how penetrate in the research of nanotechnology. So sir, thank you very much for your information to the students. Obviously, students will get ideas and how to get penetrated in nanotechnology research. Secondly, it's time for lunch. Everybody is hungry. You can understand. There is a month our break for lunch. Number 2 is those who have presentation, oral presentation will be conducted in this room only. So oral presentation 1 to 8 is our today, and poster presentation will be conducted just beside the registration. So in that lobby, beside the registration, the poster presentation will be held. So please, all of you proceed for the step. That instruction is already given. I am repeating that those who have poster presentation, before going lunch, you can just tie your poster as per the number given. Thank you very much. And for oral, I am again repeating that submit your pen drive data to the person available over here. Thank you.
હવે પોસ્ટર સાથે ચાલુ થઈ જશે આથી
Organizing Secretary, Reena Madam, please. Take your seat on the dais. So there are two teams for the two judges for the oral presentation and two for the poster presentation. One of them is the outside and another is the in the forest side, internal. So first of all, I request to Reena Madam for the certificate to Dr. Nirmal Desai and give a memento and certificate. Thank you very much. I request to Dr. Manish to felicitate Dr. Vasavasa. And also I request to Dr. Naimishwar to Pasaniya. So I just give you some brief introduction about the disease. First, Dr. Nirmal Desai. This is my guru. So, Karina.
Myself? Okay. So I felicitate Dr. Vasavasa.
Okay, first of all, I introduce Dr. Nirmal Desai. EAMOP scholarship. There is a EAMOP scholarship. There is a research focused on basically that is insulin resistance and type 2 diabetes. Dr. Desai is successful guided. There are 3 students under his guidance and contributed the development of the young research in the field of the chemistry science, chemical science. In addition, he is not only for the academician, it is also advisor. He is a member of the Board of Studies in MD Science Institute. And it is also there are so many contributions to the student. In addition to academic research responsibility, he has been serving as control of examiner since 2014 and governance and examinations reform. So, welcome to Dr. Desai and thank you for coming over here and accept our invitation in behalf of the MD Science Institute. So, thank you very much. Then the next introduction as a judge of Dr. Dilip Vasavasa. He is a nearly 26 years experience in teaching line. He has started from the schooling. I mean to say, he is a PhD from the St. Louis College, and MSc and a PhD from the South Gujarat University, Bir Narbat South Gujarat University. He did the PhD in the same university, and 26 years experience in teaching line. He just started as an assistant teacher in a St. Louis school, that is Dediapada, and then after he joined as a lecturer in St. Louis College in 2007 to 2014, and then after he joined to School of Science as an associate professor in chemistry department. His teaching mainly subject is organic chemistry. We know that substitution reaction, photochemistry, heterocyclic chemistry, nature product, stereochemistry, oxidation reduction, retrocyclic chemistry, etc. to teach to the post-graduation student. He is in charge of the MSc admission process as well as MSc examination as an internal, practical as well as a theoretical exam, and coordinate of the NET as well as, and also the linkage program for the placement cell. So it is a vital role in School of Science as being a teacher or professor. So he is a coordinate with the UGC HRD, refresher course, etc. for the last 5 years. He is a research trust area, organic synthetic drugs, nanotechnology, that is a wide area for the trust area for the research. As we know that for the given there are some points. He has 40 research paper published in reputed journal, that is a national as well as international journal, such as Wiley and Omega, etc. He has 2 book chapters is also been published and 7 patents. About 3 patents is granted, as he has delivered more than 100 invitee lectures, present more than 200 research papers in national and international level, organized 3 national or international conferences, and he is guided the 7 MPhil and PhD student or scholar. He has total 15 scholars pursuing a PhD student, and he is also not for that a researcher as well as a teacher, which is also vital role in a Gujarat University, such as the actively member in the board of the study in Swarnim Startup University, as well as one of the member in St. Louis College, as well as the lifetime member in Indian Council of the Chemists and Asian Polymer Society, Association of the Chemistry Teacher, Mumbai, etc. So it is a versatile, not only for the teacher, it is not only for the researcher, but there are a number of areas to cover. He was awarded 8 times in national and international conferences for the research and based research presentation, and appreciation award Sangha NGO. Appreciation, he got the award from the Sangha, and recently was received special award for the chemistry, education research and outreach in 2023. He is not only for researcher, he is a motivator. More than 5,000 students to deliver directly or indirectly to encourage the student and directly to inspire. And more than 200 talks organized by the 100+ career, guidance and other similar for the student, teaching and young generation. He is selected teacher, trainer by the UGC. So it is good achievement for our university, in the So thank you very much, Dr. Basawa. He is also my in St. Louis College. And last but not least, Dr. Balsani is a senior professor in Anti-Science Institute. He is also with the more than 3 students guided to PhD under the guidance. So he is also been very essential to academician as well as research. And more than 32 papers published in national as well as international publications. So Thank you again. Okay. Okay, myself. Okay, man.
Self-introduction. Okay, we all know Bibi Badania, sir, Dr. Bibi Badania, and he has also contributed basically about 25 publications, more than 25, in a reputed journal, number one. He has also guided 3 PhD students. Second, about 25 years of experience. Before that, he served there at Richmond Pharmaceutical for 5 years. So he has experience of industry also, and now he's an academician at MG Science Institute. Before that, he was there in St. Xavier's College for about 5 years. So 5 years industry experience, 5 year say teaching experience at St. Xavier's College, and thereafter is there in MG Science. So he has also wide experience of teaching as well as and industry also. Welcome him with us. Now we have to Vimoli.
Okay, so without waste time, let's we start our program, I mean technical session. There is a oral presentation to sit over here, those who are participating in the oral presentation, and those who are participating for the poster presentation up to 1 to 20 to go the outside. Okay. So, rest of them. So this is whatever the seminar and conferences, national or either international, that is the basis of point for the students. This is a platform for the exchange the thoughts, innovation, and new ideas. So whatever will come out from your idea, we accept it. And if it is some mistake, we can guide you. Okay. So this is for the nation. Right? So thank you very much.
લેતા જઈએ કંઈ કામ હોય તો આપણે હવે થોડા ત્યાં ખવાય ગયું ખવાય મને તો કે તો લઈને ક્યાં પડે એક એક સામે
Pratik Kumar Asim Bhai Trichy from
So, good afternoon, one and all. Myself, Pratik Joshi. I am working as an assistant professor at the Department of Chemistry, Kalkutta University. I am registered PhD scholar at Gujarat University, and I am pursuing my PhD under the guidance of Dr. Ina Shah. Today I am here to present my research work entitled Synthesis and Molecular Docking Study of the Novel Adamantine Imine Derivatives. So, this is the outline of my presentation, which includes the introduction, objective of my research, methodologies, molecular docking and ADME analysis, future work, conclusion, and references. So I would like to start with the introduction. So in this research, we aim to synthesize the novel imine derivative, and the primary focus of our research is to develop efficient synthetic methodology for the synthesis of novel imine derivative of adamantine, and to check their potential bioactivity through molecular docking study. Ultimate goal of our research is to find out potential drug candidate or anti-cancer agent. The primary research objective is to develop efficient and optimized synthetic methodology and to evaluate their biological potential. It includes checking the biological potential, ADME analysis, molecular interaction, and synthesis optimization. So it's a research methodology for the synthesis of pyrazole aldehyde. First, we have reacted the different kind of phenyl hydrazole with the Wills-Meyer reagent. For this, we have two-step reaction. First, we have reacted phenyl hydrazine with different kind of acetophenol to synthesize for this, we have reacted a different kind of phenyl hydrazine with the different derivative of acetophenol and to form the phenyl hydrazone. This is not an in situ reaction, it's a two-step reaction, but I have summarized due to the slide restriction. In the second step, we have reacted different kind of phenyl hydrazone with the Wills-Meyer reagent to form pyrazole 4-carbaldehyde. After that pyrazole 4-carbaldehyde, we have reacted with the adamantine amine for the synthesis of imine. This is the characterization data for one of my derivatives. This is the characterization for aldehyde, pyrazole aldehyde, in which we can see the characteristic peaks of aldehyde at 1703 centimeter inverse, and after the condensation process, the 1703 characteristic peak of aldehyde was disappeared. So moving forward, with the synthetic approach, we have also performed the molecular docking and ADME analysis of our compound. For molecular, along with the establishing synthesis, we also perform molecular docking with 5U2B. So what is 5U2B? The 5U2B is a protein name for MCF7 cell line. What is MCF7 cell line? MCF7 is a breast cancer cell line. And so we have taken, now most important question, why we have selected 5U2B? Because from literature, we have seen from my colleague as well, they have done molecular docking study of their supramolecule, which is bigger in size, as well as my compound was also bigger in size. So we have performed with 5U2B. And we also perform ADME analysis for our desired compound to access drug likeness and pharmacokinetic as well. So these are my total 12 derivatives, which we have undergo molecular docking analysis as well as ADME analysis. These are the results in which we can say from A1P1 to A6P1, in which phenylhydrazine we have taken, and from A16 to P2, this 2 came, we have seen that that compound which have nitro group in phenylhydrazine, which do not give any result under the docking result. Due to its size, it does not fit in cavity. So we got positive result for AP1 phenylhydrazine and negative result for 2,4-dinitrophenylhydrazine. we got the docking score, GLID EBW, which represents the van der Waals interaction, and GLID inhibitor protein. From that, A4P1, which gives the highest amount of energy or binding score with my targeted protein. These are the 2D and 3D images of molecular interaction. Along with the molecular docking, we also perform the ADME analysis as well. From ADME analysis, we have seen the Lipinski rule of 5. It shows the drug likeness or pharmacokinetics of any molecule. So what are the Lipinski rule of 5, which shows the molecular weight should not be more than 500, donor hydrogen bond should not be more than 5, accepted hydrogen bond should not be less than 5 or greater than 5, and blood barrier. And lastly, TPSA value should be less than 16 angstrom. So from this we have undergo ADME analysis as well. So again, for nitro derivative, we have got some negative results. For example, number of acceptance hydrogen bond and donor hydrogen bond is varying for nitrogen and non-nitrogen derivative. Blood barrier, for Lipinski rule of 5, blood barrier rule is it should be less than 3. For 1 to 6, we got the under 0 or 1, and for P2, another 6 derivative, we have got the result for 3. Once I have not mentioned one thing here, all of my compound was less hydrophobic and more lipophilic. But along with that, when we are seeing the lipophilic in nature, we see the water solubility is less. But we have to check both the things. If a compound is highly lipophilic and can cross the blood-brain barrier or not. All of my compounds are highly lipophilic in nature, but unable to penetrate blood-brain barrier. My future work is explore alternative synthetic route for the aldehyde and imine derivative. Second, expand derivative library, provide variety of imine derivative, characterization of synthesized compound, and in vitro biological screening for my synthesized compound on the basis of molecular docking result. In conclusion, I would like to say our study has successfully demonstrated good molecular docking result with 5U2B. As I said, moving forward, our goal is to refine synthetic methodologies and validate our molecular docking result from biological testing. And last, I would like to acknowledge my research supervisor, Dr. Reena Shah. અમે એવું કહેવાય પેલું 3 પગી રેસ તમે જોઈ હશે, એમાં 2 ને 1 પગ જો જલ્દી ચાલો તો તમે પડી જાય. રિસર્ચમાં કેવું હોય, ગાઈડ અને સ્ટુડન્ટને જોડે ચાલવાનું હોય. મારા કરતાં મારા ગાઈડ વધારે ઝડપી ચાલતા હોય છે અમુક ટાઈમ. હું એમના ધારા પ્રમાણેનું કામ નહીં પણ કરી શકતો હોય, બરાબર, પણ without her guidance it's impossible for me to pursue PhD. Second, I would like to acknowledge Gujarat University for providing me the opportunity to pursue my PhD program. Next, I would like to acknowledge Ganpati University for providing lab infrastructure. All the lab facility, all my synthetic work is done at Ganpati University, Department of Chemistry, Synthetic Chemistry Lab. And last but not the least, I would like to acknowledge our former head of the department, late Dr. Keyur Bhatt, because he was the one who motivate us to pursue PhD, and he was the one who do not pressure us to pursue PhD at Ganpati University. He was there for providing all lab infrastructure, all related facility. So last, I would like to acknowledge him as well. He is not with us right now. These are the references, and thank you. Question from your side.
Hello. You have selected this protein, right? 5-UTP.
Yes.
What is the thought process behind it?
Sir, I want to check the anti-cancer activity of my synthesized compound and my desired compound. Then I have selected 2 or 3 cell lines, but all the protein, the cavity was very small, so I was unable to perform the molecular docking reaction. But when I found one paper of one supramolecule, CP and CV, with molecular docking with the 5U2B. So I was confirmed that जो मेरा कंपाउंड है वो भी बड़ा है साइज में, अगर सुप्रा मॉलिक्यूल भी उसकी कैविटी के साथ इंटरेक्शन करके मुझे रिजल्ट दे सकता है, so then I can definitely go with my compound as well.
Is it popular protein 5U2B?
No, it's for breast cancer. MCF7.
Is it a popular protein?
Yes.
Any relevant drugs are already there in the market?
That I will look at. Relevant drugs are available also.
So that you can do the comparative study that
Yes.
your docking score and the already existing drugs in the market will have a similarity or not.
Yes.
Thank you.
I would like to invite Khatri Rudri Himanshu Bai from IIM College of Science.
So, good afternoon, one and all present here. My name is Rudri Khatri and I am currently pursuing my PhD from the LM College of Pharmacy. So, today I am going to present my master's work, which is titled on Design, Synthesis and Evaluation of 3,4-dihydroquinoline 1H own derivatives as anti-platelet agents. So, thrombus is a blood clot which is formed within the circulatory system, which is formed unnecessarily and which leads to multiple diseases like DVT, stroke, pulmonary embolism, ischemia, etc. So annually, 64% of deaths are attributed to thrombosis and thrombosis-related diseases. Even during COVID-19, we all have observed that due to thrombosis, there were multiple deaths that were occurring. And there are also few marketed therapies that are available like Silostazol and Dipyridamole, which shows multiple side effects like hypertension, QT prolongation, etc. Hence, safer drugs need. So, molecular modeling can accelerate the drug discovery, and through which we have also investigated the molecular interaction of Silostazol along with PDE3 inhibitor. And we observed that 3,4-dihydroquinoline to 1H own nucleus is important for crucial activity. So these are the aim and objectives. We have performed molecular docking using BioVia discovery software, and PDB ID used was 7L28. So we have validated our protocol using all-atom RMSD, and these are the docking scores of co-crystal, Silostazol and the designed compounds. Here we can observe that the designed compound shows better docking scoring compared to Silostazol, which is a standard drug. So after docking, we have checked drug likeliness properties and we have screened those compounds through that. And here we can see that none of the compounds shows mutagenicity, as well as all the compounds fall under the range of Lipinski rule of 5 and Weber rule. So the next step is synthesis. So synthesis comprises of 4 different steps. For first step includes the synthesis of intermediate 1, for which 4-methoxyaniline is used as starting material, and it is reacted with 3-chloropropenyl chloride in presence of K2CO3 and THF. When the compound was characterized using IR spectra, we observed a peak at 820 confirms the C8. For the synthesis of intermediate 2, intermediate 1 was then reacted with AlCl3 and aniline. Compound was characterized using IR as well as mass. Here we can see that a broad OH peak was observed, which confirms the OH functional group, and the M+1 peak at 160 of K2CO3 and DMF, and we have characterized the compound using IR, mass and NMR. So in mass spectra, we observed M+1 peak, which confirmed the molecular weight. So these are the data for 1H and C13 NMR, and in total we have synthesized 5 compounds, and these are the physicochemical parameters as well as the spectral data of those 5 compounds. Further, the compounds were evaluated for entity assay and clotting time investigation study. So these are the clotting cytotoxicity study data, and we can see that our compounds were found to be safe till 100 microgram per ml concentration, and we have used the same concentration for clotting time study investigation. These are as that cilostazole, which was used as standard, as well as we can observe that LMRK03 showed better activity. So lastly, I would like to conclude that we have designed cilostazole analogs, and we have used 3,4-dihydroquinol into 1H own nucleus for designing the compounds. Further, we have docked them and checked their drug likeliness parameters. The filtered compounds were then synthesized. We have synthesized 5 compounds, and we have checked their activity at non-cytotoxic concentration. Here we can see that LMRK01 showed similar activity as well as the standard compound, and LMRK03 showed prolonged activity in compared to other synthesized compounds. Thank you.
Can you go back to the slide which you have directed over there? The K2CO3 wala slide, synthetic slide. Best. Oh yeah, how can you negate the possibility of N versus O alkylation? Because there are 2 more active centers over there, the nitrogen as well as oxygen. So how do you negate that?
announcement, those who are here. Tomorrow, our session will start at 10 o'clock due to some time inconvenience of our speaker, because he has to leave before 11. Our time written was 10:30 to 11:30, but our session session will start, this lecture will start at 10 o'clock. So please everybody remain present at 10 o'clock. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Disha Khetani, Assistant Professor in Department of Chemistry, St. Xavier's College. I am pursuing my PhD at Gandhinagar University from Dr. Rakesh Ameta sir. My today's topic is synthesis and characterization of chitin nanoparticle and their application for different color removal from wastewater. So basically, I find out to prepare a chitin nanoparticle. So for that, generally crustacean cells, which is available in the sea market, chitin is used to synthesize the nanoparticle due to their beneficial properties like small size and high particle aspect ratio, high stiffness, low density, and high surface area, which shows the promise in the absorbing various pollutants. Chitin is a biodegradable, renewable, and abundant biomass resource using waste shells to extract the chitin nanoparticle, which is a basic way to prepare renewable natural resources. So chitin is a natural substance which is found in a invertebrate, which is spineless animals such as insects, shrimps, crabs, and also in many types of fungi. Chitosan is a compound which is derived from the chitin through a process which is called this is the structure of that. Nowadays, water pollution has become many global issues with organic dyes, as organic dyes industries discharge that dyes into the water bodies, which leading a severe environmental pollution and health hazard, because these dyes are not only the environment pollute, but it is a carcinogenic which is difficult to degrade, and it is a highly toxic. So in my research topic, I am using this chitin powder, which is a biopolymer derived from the sea cells. So preparation of chitin powder, I am using this from the chitin material, and it is washed with several times for distilled water to become a neutral pH. Then for the crust powder, I have soaked it in a 20 ml of 0.25 molar of HCl solution into again 24 hours. Then decaying this HCl solution to remove this acidic part, again wash it with 10 to 12 times with distilled water, and then finally for the deacetylation with 100 ml of 2.5 molar NaOH for 15 minutes soaked out in that. Then filtration of that, take it in a evaporating dish, autoclave in a hot air oven. It will get at almost 3 to 4 hours to dry, and finally I will get the chitin nanoparticle. To ensure that it is a chitin nanoparticle, the UV visible spectrophotometer, which shows the maximum absorption at 201 nanometer in 0.1 molar HCl, which is indicating the presence of N-acetyl glucosame monomer units. So after this chitin powder, three steps done as a chitin powder, but at the large, for the partial deacetylation, 60% NaOH solution were prepared and boil it for 2 hours. Then this chitin aromatic CH out of plant bed, so monosubstituted bed, so monosubstituted benzene ring is indicated that is a chitosan compound will be there. Then for the conformation of nanoparticle, SEM analysis, TEM analysis, which is scanning electron microscope, TEM analysis. So I have done the SEM technique at 5 micrometer. They are doing that SEM morphology at 5 micrometer, 10 micrometer, 15 micrometer and 20 micrometer. But this 5 micrometer SEM morphology indicate at the horizontal field which is 29.8 micrometer that this is a granular and agglomeratic texture which is really required as a nanoparticle for the chitin powder. So this from this SEM morphology, it's concluded that the chitosan-based material has 5 micrometer and 29.8 micrometer, which is the horizontal field. It is a bipolymer composite and crystalline powder. For the adsorption analysis, as my topic includes the wastewater, which is removal from the chitosan nanoparticle, so I am using the Congo-Red dye for that. So I have prepared 2 solution of that Congo-Red dye. One is 15 ppm and second one is 20 ppm. In both the 15 and 20 ppm, I have prepared 2 pH, 4 pH, 9 pH and 11 pH solution. As per the photos or as per the research, in acidic medium which is pH 2 and pH 4, dyes are appeared, red color are appeared, whereas in the basic medium at pH 9 and 11, blue colors are appeared, and both these solutions were centrifuged in a centrifuge machine for 30 minutes to facilitate the absorption of the dye onto the surface. So by this UV spectrophotometric analysis in all the pH, which is pH 4, 2, 4, 9 and 11. These are the 20 ppm dye UV spectrophotometer and this is a 15 ppm. As per the UV spectrophotometric analysis, at 2 pH, in a 20 ppm, it's absorbed the color of Congo-Red dye, which is absorbed by the chitosan nanoparticle, it is 89%, but whereas in the same 2 pH, but it gives the best result in the 15 ppm, which is 99.78, means 99.78% Congo-Red dye will remove by the chitosan compound, which is prepared in a 2 pH solution at 15 ppm. As per the 4 pH and as per the 9 pH. So in a 9 pH, in a 20 ppm solution, it gives the best result as a 91.17% color. Congo-Red dye color is CK into 100. So you can also source that as per the percentage in 15 ppm, 20 ppm, 91% is for the 9 pH and 20 ppm, and 99% in 2 and 4 pH for. These all are the applications of chitosan nanoparticle. With this application, one antimicrobial agent is used in a medicinal chemistry, this chitosan nanoparticle. I have also done the antimicrobial activity by using the zone.
complete component and